Good morning, guys. Yeah, I've seen Express. I have well, not a very big position on it, but I have a little bit. They someone's buying shares at like $4.25 or something. We might see some risk off. Up 60% in the pre-market, which isn't a lot given its price, but it's a bit. Almost at the $2 mark. Yeah, I don't know if Express presents enough of a risk to cause like a risk off across the basket. It's it's still fairly small. I'm feeling all right, Jen. Thanks for asking. A little bit better today. Yep, I know about Express. I was just talking about it. Is above 100 for Jan upstart strikes too high to capture a normal run to gamma max, or would that still be a good volatility play? It's not a bad volatility play. Jan 2024 is a capture it better. Um, but yeah, it's not terrible. Hey everyone, just got in from crying in my car. Let's all have a great day. Welcome back, Rusty. October 69th was not a meme. Any new thoughts regarding GameStop's earnings? Not really. You know, positive free cash flow, mostly due to a change in accounts receivable, but if they can push up sales through quarter four, which is historically their best quarter, and revenues come in a little bit better, they might be able to pad the gap and get 2 quarters of positive cash flow, which would be very good. WHP to invest 25 million to acquire 5.4 million newly issued shares of Express at 460 per share, representing approximate 7.4% pro forma ownership. I saw that. Yep. Good morning, John Croissant. Yeah, market cap's very small. Is 30% SG&A a lot or a little? I mean, they're still working on bringing it down. Like I said, this don't expect SG&A to drop a lot for Q3. I talked about this yesterday because they have to pick up holiday inventories, which is also reported, right? They're a retailer, so they have to bolster inventories going into the holidays. I think quarter four could have slightly better SG&A and show more of the improvement, but it was still down, it's like from 34.1% of revenue in the previous quarter to 32.7% of revenue in the current quarter. So not terrible, or the reported quarter. So they're still making improvements, and even with the extra allocation towards inventories, they were able to still show a small reduction in SG&A, right? So I think that reduction will become more obvious in a quarter where they have fewer expenditures. Jobs data this morning was pretty good. I don't know if you guys checked out the daily. I kind of went over that. It's about as good as we could expect. Everything beating by just a little bit. To the well, everything down by just a little bit, which is bullish because the Fed wants to see weakening in the labor market, right? Did Upstart have earnings yesterday? No. Why? Because it traded flat all night? That's the kind of answer I can't get from Google. Thanks. No problem, dude. I got heckled by Ken Griffin. Hear a lot of bearish stuff on SPX, Blackstone, BX Blackstone. Trouble with their real estate portfolio going forward. Very possible, yeah. I've seen many of the same reports. I don't know how true any of it is, but hold on, I just gotta get set up here. Okay, so here. Uh, how's Ivy Crush looking? Not very substantial. None right now. Take a minute to reprice. Yay, Baba. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. HSI back up 300 BPS overnight. Give me moving a little bit. Got some volume today. Looks like they're pushing out deferral to mid-December. We don't know. It could literally be any day between now and December OPEX. We don't know what we don't know what Rex code they use. What's up with Express? Buyout 7.5% of the ownership on newly released shares at $4.60. I know there seemed to be some CBOE or opera delays this morning. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm seeing them on more than one brokerage. So it looks like they're pushing out deferral to mid-December. Okay, answered that. Is Upstart waiting on a buyback? Thinking the price will go down further. It could. It just depends on if they're going to keep shorting it. Last night I had an incredibly vivid dream that GME opened at $9,839. It was an amazing dream, and I'm sad to be awake. That wasn't going to happen. Is it wiser to roll Jans to Febs pre-December OPEX or to wait until after? It's up to you. I'm not doing it until after OPEX. What's up, Bob P? Vic's doing a thing. Okay. Makes sense. The market just dropped. Well, a fair number of points. We'll see. I think the market's just going to stabilize in a slightly higher channel today. We'll see how fast like neutral positioning comes in, but I don't think it's going to be particularly bullish or bearish. Upstart was supposed to go up, not down. Why? We differentiate between an upstart buyback and OPEX. Maybe not initially. I mean, there would be no way to differentiate one type of volume from another. I guess we could have lower hedging volume for the day, but you wouldn't be able to figure that out till after the day was over. Let's say you're upstart C-suite. What are reasons you wouldn't complete a buyback now? Need cash? Think price will go lower. Quarter four is going to be worse than quarter three. Also, keeping cash on hand is probably not a bad idea when your business is not doing so great in the short term. Thanks, Sparky Sarah. Good morning. Regarding FINRA deferrals, are the shorts able to select which rule to be used ad hoc? Are the rules just too obfuscated for us to interpret until we see the result? I there's various ones that could be applicable to their situation. Uh, we're attempting a process of elimination to figure out which one because there's one or two they could have used for the 7-day deferral. Obviously, that wasn't the case. There's one they can use for a 14-day referral that is applicable to ETF settlement, cash settlement. And then there's one they can use for a 30-day deferral. So, yeah, I mean, there's only two Rex codes left, I think, which are actually applicable. So I don't think the process of elimination is all that bad of a route to take in order to try to figure it out. I mean, we won't know till after the fact, but that's what Theta's for. Did you see this super bullish FUD on the front page of Yahoo Finance? No, what was it? I don't look at Yahoo Finance. Does it make any sense at all to average down RevRQ at these prices, or is it throwing good money after bad? Um, I kind of plan on averaging down my position because I don't want my cost basis to be higher than any potential buyout price. If they are able to find a buyer, which I know that's something that they've stated they're aggressively pursuing, um, I wouldn't expect the buyout price to be very good at this point. Like I don't expect them to get, enterprise value. Maybe close, but I would want my cost basis below any potential buyout price, which I think could be anywhere from like $6 to $12, depending. SPX gap filled and rip. It looks like it's filled the gap to the downside, or what it's gonna fill of it. Seems to be turning around a little bit more here. I don't think SPX is gonna rip today. Don't forget PPI tomorrow, right? So the more likely that we're going to just move into a slightly higher range before we start to see more delta neutral positioning lock the price action in, like we did yesterday. Market participants, especially larger ones, really only care about PPI and CPI over the next like 3 trading days. What's your take on free cash flow? Uh, I mean, it's a good sign. It means the at least this quarter the business was self-sustaining. They were not burning cash. It's it's a pretty important metric. Although um, the only reason cash flow is positive is because of an increasing account receivables. So they'll have to really do some work next quarter for next quarter's report, not only on SG&A, which hopefully the layoffs and things like that significantly impact, but also in revenue and sales. They're going to need to bridge that gap in order to show 2 positive quarters of free cash flow if they're capable of it. That's multiple positive quarters of free cash flow are very good. It could attract significantly more interest. What does it actually mean? It just means that the company is self-sustaining, that their cash flow is positive and they didn't have to use their reserves in order to conduct business. So their cost of their overhead was lower than the amount of cash coming in. Thoughts on bulge underwear? I don't even know what that is. Rhymes that keep their secrets will unfold behind the clouds, and there upon a rainbow is the answer to a never-ending endgame. Oh, you're doing the song. You're doing the song from Never Ending Story. Thanks, Eldan Ring. Are you buying more Fubo shares at this price? I picked up like another 5,000. I don't I mean, I don't really need that many more. I have a lot of fucking Fubo. Um yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with my position. I might pick up some more leaps. We'll see. Why does an express run make the entire meme basket run? Is everything now suddenly decoupled? I mean, express being up 60% represents what, 40 million in market cap? It's not really like a very stressful event, right? Express is very small. It's a very small company. That 30-day extension be from the first day of settlement or the final? Whichever day the settlement was due. So whichever day the settlement was extended from. So it's either the 18th or the 22nd. Did you ever see that clip of the clown shilling Upstart? Oh, well, the commentator asked him What Upstart did? He had no fucking idea. Hilarious is he kept acting like his mic was cutting out. Yeah, I've seen the clip. He was a like some like fucking low level analyst from JPM who was short the stock. But he didn't know what they did. What do if PPI burns after P? Ha. Cash flow positive does not equal positive EPS. Why is that? EPS is profit divided by the number of shares outstanding. Jimmy still doesn't have profitable margins. Increase in accounts payables, but also increase in inventory and marketable securities. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what the marketable securities are. I know it's from the split, but I can't remember if that's gonna act as like a shelf offer. I don't think it's that they delayed paying vendors. I think it's that they increased inventories in quarter three, like they always do. Hang tight, accrual accounting, I know. It's possible to have positive FCF, but not be profitable, yes. Express, do you think there will be an upward drift closer to 460-ish? It's very possible, yeah. Any thoughts on the time frame for IV crash? I don't know. Jimmy's getting a lot of volume today, so IV is lifting a bit. Um, we'll see how long that lasts. Do you ever sell the winning leg of an SPX straddle in the pre-market? Yeah, if I can find a decent bid. I mean, the problem with moving SPX contracts in pre-market is it tends to be a bit illiquid and the spreads can get pretty wide. So you have to be careful, but sometimes. Do you think GME could break up from this consolidation today? It's possible. It kind of is already, right? This is we pushed down really far below gamma neutral. Maybe the farthest we've pushed down below gamma neutral since March. Um, so I wouldn't say that a revision is out of the question. What was I looking for? I need... I'm gonna post the neutrals. No value for delta neutral today? That's weird. Hmm. See if I can fill it in. I don't know, this is showing a value for delta neutral. Okay, 22.94. Why is it not coming up when I copy it? Weird. Oh, that's Upstart. That's why it's showing a value. Look at the wrong fucking chart. Jamie. Okay, so no delta 26.31 was yesterday. All right. You're planning on straddling PPI data tomorrow? Yeah, probably. GMU IV still too high today to pick up calls. I'm thinking by Monday it should die off enough. Any thoughts on the time frame for IV crush? I mean, if IV crushes, uh, it could be later today. I think if Jimmy pulls back in price at all, we'll start to see some IV crush, at least on the call side. Did GME say they were buying someone out? No, they just noted they had cash for acquisitions, which they've said like 300 times. GME should merge with Computer Share. Wait, Credit Suisse or Computer Share? Are you planning on straddling the PPI data? Yes. 3960 was our bull run. Now back to 3900. And next week down to 3800. No. Gap filled, now stable for a bit. Looks like it. We'll see. I think today we'll probably trade between like 39.50 and 39.75. I don't think we're going to see the short positions at 39.75 break down, but they could. We may see some profit taking. If they do, we'll trade up a little closer to 4, but not super close, not yet. I'm pretty far behind on chat, huh? Regardless of December OPEX, your view is that GME run above GM is a win, not an if. Yes. Happy Thursday, Pickle Man. Thanks, Ralph Wiggum. Happy Thursday to you too, man. Check DM regarding marketable securities. General investor, excess cash in highly rated money market funds. Oh, okay. Such investments with an original maturity date. So they're just taking advantage of the higher yields right now. Higher interest rates. Okay. Cool. Thank you. So it looks like marketable securities are just an investment into money market funds, cash they're not using. I actually like that. It's a good choice. When does the 30-day extension take effect on Upstart if applicable applicable. The T plus period after expiry. It depends on when the settlement is due by. So if it's cash settled, it may not be. So it depends on which party is taking the deferral, right? So if you have uh whoever, like the AP is paying the cash settlement on the 18th of November, right? And they're taking the deferral, that would be the T date, right? But if it's the ETF taking the deferral, then the T date would be the day they receive the ACH, or they should have received the ACH transfer, but it was delayed. Trying to nail down the date at this point is going to be impossible, but hopefully whatever information we get out of this will help us nail down the next T date the next time we have holiday settlement. I don't want to say they use AMC to hedge GME, but they use AMC to hedge GME. AMC always runs before GME. Yeah, I don't think so. There's some correlation, but it's not that strong. When day trading 0DT SPX, how much space do you give your trailing stops? That depends on the trend. I tighten them up as the price moves up. If it's chopping, you have to give it a little more breathing room. Because there's usually going to be a lot of stop loss hunting. Obviously, you don't want to take too big of a loss, and you want to have some fairly predefined risk on 0DTs, right? Like you want to have a stop no lower than, like, 10% of the premium value or something like that. 10 or 20. 0DTs you can go a little wider because the premium's cheaper. Jamie Ivy's still too high today to pick up calls. I'm thinking Monday it should die off. Okay, I answered that when you asked it the first time. Uh, how many hundreds of US dollars did Jamie report they earned on the NFT marketplace last quarter? It wasn't material, so they didn't report it. Do you see any advantage of buying SPX straddle and pre-market on IBKR a few hours before PPI? I feel like it could save a lot of theta, especially if it's near dated. You're talking about buying them in the pre-market for like 0 DTEs. You can. It's still better to have theta on a straddle because ideally, with markets as volatile as they are right now, you want to exit both sides of the straddle, right? Baba's gonna get some serious delta hedging at 95. I know. I picked up some 90s yesterday too, so I'm pretty excited about Baba running this morning. Especially if Nasdaq continues to push up. Yes, regarding yields bullish. Yeah, I like the deployment of capital. They're not using it for anything else. Don't get me wrong, I feel like I'd rather see that money spent on growth, but I understand the pullback right now. And at least it's working for them against inflation, which is a positive. I didn't say it was necessarily treasuries. It could be bonds, it could be money market funds. Um, According to their statement, they say we generally invest our excess cash in highly rated money market funds and investment grade short term fixed income securities, which consist of US government and agency securities. Such investments with an original maturity in excess of 90 days and less than 1 year are classified as marketable securities on our condensed consolidated balance sheets. SPX may be running out of a little steam here. Kind of a shitty exit on the put side of the straddle this morning, but not the worst. I'm just putting in some stops for the long side. TLP died so we could run. Are you making notes for all of the settlement stuff regarding assumptions and what you infer from observed results, or are you just relying on your memory? Take notes for the Senate hearings. I mean, why would there be a Senate hearing? They're allowed to use these deferrals. Did you set your chair up? Yeah, I'm sitting in it. It's volume has disappeared on Upstart. Well, it's very illiquid, so how much data would one want to have on an SPX straddle? Usually 3 to 5 days. Ideally. It depends on your confidence and volatility, but for overnight positions, if you want a longer straddle, obviously you're gonna want a lot more theta. There's been a ton of real Jimmy buying the past 2 days. Get ready for some short-term pops, or all deferred to the next T plus day. So basically, buy more here low. Yeah, the price is very cheap. I agree. Do you have a Jimmy price prediction for the next few weeks? Not really. And if we get an OPEX run, we'll move above Gamma Max, which is at 34 right now. 10% above that, maybe higher. Depends on how much interest there is or how much interest the run picks up. You know this, D engineer. GME IV is still too high today to pick up calls. I'm thinking by Monday it should die off enough. Okay. God, man, how many times are you gonna ask me that? Just rewind the fucking stream. You keep asking and then leaving. Chair with lower back and no head support. No, it's got a headrest. See? Just black. Why don't you try a Razer chair? I read they're great. It'd be the first great product Razer ever made. I just said that. Those are the marketable securities taking off Friday. How does trailing stops work for calls? You put in a value like 20 cents and it will sell the call if the value drops 20 cents as it moves up. Yes. It'll put it on market order when that price on the contract is hit. Or you can use a stop limit and you can set a stop at a specific premium price and then you limit sell below that. Dork, check the M. What do you got, Dork? Ooh, fun. I don't hate it. Yeah, liquidity's fucked. No, it wasn't crushing earnings. There was a a large investment at $4.60 a share on Express. 38.59. Uh, yes, JFresh. 38.59. I mean, Jimmy has no debt, right? Debt to equity ratio is kind of variable. It, it being high isn't necessarily bad. Did you explain how the 13-day reg share works? Like, what happens once they're on for 13 days? The first day of fails is forced settled. So any fails that have persisted for the 13 days from the first day of fails significant enough for conclusion would settle. So 5 plus the negative 18, that day will settle at market open on the first day of forced settlement. So force locate and settle of whatever outstanding FTDs are left over from that day, and then the next day a little bit more, and so each day clears the previous 18th day. So day one of forced settlement is clearing day one of fails back here. And then day two, like that. Day three. And in perpetuity until fails have been reduced sufficiently that it is no longer listed. The reason they want to avoid that period is because they don't want the forced locate because there's no available shares. They'd get caught with their pants down, so to speak. And if you're using up all the potential pre-borrow agreements to settle fails in the morning, that makes it very, very difficult to short throughout the rest of the day, right? What is considered a good equity? Okay, answered that. Hey, Gurk, hope you're feeling better. Here's a joke to help. I refused to believe my road worker father was stealing from his job. But when I got home, all the signs were there. Very good. The good, the bad, and the Dan. Well played. Ooh, interesting. Thank you, Thor Muy Bueno. If you're trying to enter a straddle by legging in, your first leg is already up 60%. Should you just take profit and try to enter around close? Yeah, probably. I would say that you failed to enter that one and just went long. Congratulations on the profits. Yeah, Upstart's doing a little bit of a thing. It's getting some volume, which is cool. Because they know how long FTDs have persisted in the system. They don't need to be serialized. And the reporting of a fail on a transaction, in a way, serializes the failed transaction, at least because they have an individual report for each fail, right? They're keeping Rev down because of the implications on the inertial amount they pay for borrow fees. Probably. Uh, Also, they're very. There's a pretty significant short position on Revlon, at least when it was delisted. There was. I told my wife she painted her fake eyebrows on too high. She looked surprised. Dear God. What's the argument? Are you arguing about the French debt? It doesn't have to be paid off for like forever. And I think there's basically no interest on it. How do you feel about TA on the daily borrow rate? It's useless. $1K 1750 P's this morning on Upstart were bought. They're on fire right now. That's the problem with trying to short with puts. He didn't discuss the special Wu-Tang NFT dividend. Oh yeah, Ivy's starting to crush on GME pretty hard. It's down about 30% already. That's happens after earnings. Don't do stupid shit. Ban these jokes. Are the rumors true that ABC has approached you to be the next Bachelor? No comment. Your sounds like your exit liquidity for people that were long before you, T-Dub. Stop buying shit that's already moving. If you're gonna try to scalp, make sure you're scalping at least something with decent volume. Why not pay it off and be officially debt free? Because they don't need to. Cash, like, obviously, I mean, like, they could, instead of putting cash in marketable securities, they could have paid off the French loan, but why? If you have your money, it's working for you. If you give it to the French government, it's working for them. You were right about what? Buying weeklies? Why didn't you buy calls for earning, Gherk? Because I thought it would do shitty things. I'm not a unicorn. I would have a horn on my head. You're getting carried away, Bob. Carvana, also, do you think the market keeps this chop range into the end of the day? I'm starting to stay over 1750. Maybe. But my CSP is at $17. Really hope so. No, Ivy's actually crushing on GME. Ivy's down about, on weeklies, it's down about 40% since market open. Could this potentially be settling of deferred obligations on Upstart? Could be settling of some, or they're just covering a little bit so they have some liquidity to short with again. Upstart's underlying is extremely illiquid, man. There is just not a lot there. Thanks, Holden Harold. I slid $24 CCs. Can I get some Fs? Man, no one's gonna give you Fs in chat for being unreasonably bearish again. Do you have the opposite problem of everyone else in that you only bet on the short side when things are moving up, and they only bet on the upside when things are moving down. If you guys put your heads together, you might be able to make a profit. Yeah, I'm just prices in less implied volatility. SEC has been conducting a significant study about retail investors cooperating together on certain stocks and attempting to cause volatility because big money players crying it's not healthy for the market, and further stating that those positions do not need to be hedged nor pushed through the lit markets. Interest-free negligible pandemic loan, or is one overindulging in insufflating glue? I mean, it's just not materially relevant debt right now, right? IV's not a made-up number. It's just the market maker chooses the pricing of IV because that's the risk they are pricing into the premiums they're selling. Just like if you want to sell something on Craigslist and you have to go somewhere shady, maybe you charge a little more for it. I don't know. I haven't sold a lot of things on Craigslist. Except covered calls. Yep, I already know about Express. I have calls on it. Yeah, liquidity is the problem. I get the feeling that the big boys buy under 16, so that it makes shorting underneath that very dangerous because of big institution buy-ins or averaging down. It's possible. I mean, it's possible that Upstart's buying back shares at 16. Well, the market maker probably has a bunch of weeklies on the options chain that they don't particularly want to hedge. And so what better way to get rid of the weeklies than to price down implied volatility in line with expected implied volatility crash after earnings and force people to sell them. I don't know about institutional positioning just yet. That's no, probably not. Any reason not to sell covered calls? Yeah, deferred settlement. I don't put people in my freezer. How much percent move do you expect after tomorrow's PPI? I don't know. If it's good and today's recovery is decent, like I said, I don't think we'll move too much above 39.75 today, but if we do, PPI might float us like a little higher into like the 39.80 to 40.10 range. CPI will be important, but it's followed so closely by the Fed decision that it may not have much of an effect initially. How's that criminal? You don't have to buy the contracts. That's like, it's ridiculous. Good time to check SPX GEX. I mean, yeah, I can look at it. Is SPX done? SPX still has some room to pull back. Let's see if it bounces here, that'd be pretty impressive. What's ES doing? See, ES is. If you guys remember yesterday, I kind of talked about ES trading in this sort of narrow range between 39, 32. It was in the morning DD and 39.62. Jesus. So the upper range for ES today is probably right here around like 39.80 now, but expect this to act now as support. And incrementally with each layer of positive news into the Fed meeting, we could trade in higher and higher ranges, right? But because all of these data points are so important, institutions are going to straddle them and strangle them. And that's gonna create like a lot of delta at the money, right? And that's gonna pull price action into a tighter range. Thanks, Mr. Little Pickle. Gex. Last, it's been a while since the last update. So positive gamma's picking up to the upside, like up to the 4,000 level. Gamma flip points at 39.77. So expect short interest to want to keep us below the gamma flip point. Right now, yeah, it kind of looks like 39.75 is the peak. Like just like that's the peak of where the short interest is positioned. Just below the gamma flip point, obviously, right? They wanna hold that line. And then gamma's fairly flat up into that. Like 39.65s, 39.70 is kind of bullish, but we're seeing a little bit of a sell-off in that now with the initial test. But gamma to the downside's also pretty light. So everything's fairly delta neutral from like 39.30 up to like 39.95, with the exception of that kind of bigger spike at 39.75. Right, so it's very likely that we're going to be range bound to that short, like that negative gamma position at 39.75. which hasn't changed a lot since market open. That's kind of where we were set up to trade into this morning already. What's going on with Express? No mention in Pickles picks. Well, it wasn't really my DD. One of the other guys, Malloy, was kind of interested in it, but a lot of the guys in the other Discord have been holding bags on Express for like 2 years now. So while there's some near-term price improvement, that's not necessarily gonna persist. And they still need to show probably another quarter of decent earnings in order to see stable price improvement. It's also a volatility short, so there's risk on that side as well. It's one of the basket stocks. So a little risky, and with earnings coming up, even riskier. Having an unexpected buy-in of 8% of the company is not something that you can plan on and be like, oh, how come you didn't see someone buying the stock directly from the company at $4.60? So, yeah, on Sunday, too risky. The free cash flow is so important. How come charts only show EPS and revenue? Because that's all they show. I mean, I assume you're referring to TradingView. TradingView has more data. That's just the data that's up front. That's the data that most people look at. And FCF's a non-GAAP measurement. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Jade. FCF is a non-GAAP measurement. Do active hedge funds play off things like GN and GM, or is that something only MMs care about? MMs. There's probably not very many active funds that even have that information or use it. I mean, they use it for portfolio hedging on options positions, but it's more tuned to their portfolio, like their portfolio, gamma neutral, gamma max, vega neutral, um, than it is tuned to the like market of a single equity. But their large hedge funds focus is far broader than ours, and so it's a much more useful metric for us. Yeah, I don't think DFV would have ever registered a share. Why? Because he's not an idiot. I asked Girk about Jan 20s. He said they were fine, so I jumped into 2250 Cs. Nice. Shop's still a decent entry for Jan 23s. Looking at 40s. I think so. How's it recovering today? Hold on, give me a second. No, it's not too bad. Hard drop in the morning. Yeah, I don't hate the 30. I don't hate the 38 level for an entry. It's decent. Jan 23. And what was the strike you were talking about? 40s? 40C? So like right at the money? Yeah, I don't really dislike that at all. I think that's probably sufficient time. You bought calls for an earnings? No. I bought some calls because I didn't want to buy shares. What's this other Discord you mentioned? Oh, it's like the one with like the friends with financial benefits one, where everyone is accused of being shills. It's where like Turd and Hams and fucking Creand and Linux and all of them hang out. Jimmy IV still too high today to pick up calls. I'm thinking by Monday. Oh my god, Freddy. This is the 7th time, you son of a bitch. Will you be selling Jimmy CCs next week before OPEX, like November? Is there a chance they would cover early? Too high of a chance they could cover early. Not fucking with it. I'm going to change my screen name now to start fresh. Just pay attention when I answer your question the first time. Like, if you're going to ask me something, don't ask me and then leave. What's the fucking point? I called out October 69th a week ago, and everyone's all surprised Pikachu face. I'm not gonna lie, Doric, I wish they were covering a little more on the ETF side. But it's still early, we'll see. Don't call it risk-free exposure, because that's not accurate, Superman. Reduced risk exposure. What's gonna happen first? Superstock finding proof that Citadel DRS shares or GME to $69. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't, right? You want, like, I don't know if I talked about this yesterday, but if you want some good tinfoil hat, if you don't want to fail, why not DRS shares and use them as locates? It lowers your, like, it only benefits them. They're the only beneficiary of DRS shares anyway. So why not DRS more? It's the most wonderful time of year. With the degens of trading and stockers of screaming, you'll be of good chill. It's the most wonderful time of the year. The happiest season of all. I hate Christmas carols. I never leave. I still don't get answered. You didn't ask me anything. What would be the best timing on selling CSPs on Upstart and GME? I don't know. Yesterday was pretty good. I sold some CSPs on Upstart earlier this week that are currently up. Actually, I should probably close those while they are up. Yesterday was okay on GME. I mean IV is still not bad on GME for CSPs. Uh, yeah, you can get like, not great yields, but decent. Locks up a lot of capital though, unless you can sell them naked. It's not even very limited risk exposure. Stocks are risky as shit. If you come out tomorrow and find out Furlong's been sexually harassing his secretaries or something, or loop ring engineers, and the fucking stock can drop $8. Like, there, don't say that shares present less risk. It's not always true. Ask anybody who bought GameStop at $480. Are you mad? Because I don't have more Upstart shares. I'm not assigned. My strikes are at 17. So I'm out of the money now on the sold puts. You see Jimmy hitting the 40s again anytime soon? I'll say 40 is a bit of a stretch, but it's possible. Awesome, Killtack. Congratulations on picking up some shares to average down with. Hey, Milestone. I have nothing really to say other than love the stream card, and please let me hear puts cost same like shares one more time. Is that a song? We have so many songs. I don't even know. Been making money on Strangle Straddles, reading recommended book. What are your thought processes? Not asking your trade plan for PPI Strangle. Do you ever lean bull or bear or just 50-50? Trying to decide how to choose my strikes. Sometimes I do. I wouldn't right now. Those data points are highly volatile. I wouldn't fuck with those. But yeah, absolutely. Sometimes I have them like more of like a calendar. I don't even know how to describe it. Like a calendar strangle, where I have like offset theta on one side versus the other. I did that during the dip in October. I was like strangling every night and then using the profits from the downside to maintain farther dated long positions. I don't want a lot for OPEX. There's just one thing I need. Oh shit. Sorry. I don't care about the gains underneath the OPEX tree. I just want VUPs for my own more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for OPEX is for puts cost same like share. You fucking asshole. Can you turn that into a thing? You want some good hat? No. Only my tinfoil hat theories. No one else's. I don't want to hear those. Should we roll out of Upstart Jan and Feb 23? Why? They haven't even hit the 30-day decay period. Yeah, Ivy's pretty cheap on Upstart. You bite your tongue. Feliz Navidad is a national treasure. Tech the halls with risky calls. La 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 la. uh Matt walking around GameStop HQ slinging that Furlong Johnson. You never know. That friends Discord sounds sus as fuck. It must be full of weirdos. It definitely is. G-Fount, fellow member of friends Discord. If you know, if I were someone like the Bat, I might write some DD about how sus it is. I'm cool with the 40s as long as we don't get way over 60 by 2025. I'll be solid. Okay. What why not? It looks like it's some pressure from the market rising. Jimmy's at the end of a valley, not a peak, so very little risk. Reduced risk. You can say reduced risk. That's that's an accurate and applicable term. Technically, Jimmy is still trading at a premium to its book, so there is downside risk. I just bought more Rev RQ at 66 cents. Still bullish on Rev. I mean, I don't really have a choice. I can't be anything else. Just a reminder, man, at the Christmas party, when we do our rendition of Baby It's Cold Outside, you get the female parts. I tried to go high, but my voice won't hit those notes. And you think mine will? Uh, if Upstart slips again to the 16s, are you averaging down Jan or buying into March? I have both already, but lopsided for Jan right now. I'll probably continue to buy Jan 23 calls. I mean, I'm probably not gonna buy anymore, but if I do, um, at least for the next 2 weeks, well, next week through next week, um, and then buying like Jan 2024s after that. Greetings, Funkalator, longtime listener, first time spammer. How's the curated treadmill collection coming along? Just fine, I guess. Carl timed me out for my Carol. That makes sense. Upstart passing the delta flip point. You mean gamma neutral? Gamma flip point? Not yet. It broke a little bit above it there for a second. I don't hate Christmas. I hate Christmas carols, and I don't care about Christmas. It's Jimmy's book value. It's like 1760 something. 1768 as of last quarter. No, I didn't see the price target downgrade. Who gives a shit? Yeah, Darth doesn't care. I bought GME Commons at 22.50. Good time to scale out, sell CCs, or just wait for some time. Generally selling CCs on the dip's a bad idea. Did GME ever hit 25 again? Probably. Good for Wedbush. How long does it take for hedging to commence after the flip point is passed? It depends on how much skew there is. They can just buy puts when it tests the flip point and push the price back down. PT downgrade was hilarious because they're valuing the company almost entirely based on its cash on hand. And what are you gonna do? Do you have a PT for GME if this is still the dip? I feel like you've asked me that like 3 different ways today. What are you freaking out about, man? You bought GameStop at $22. You're worried you're not going to be able to sell it for more? That seems ridiculous. Nvidia done pumping? Probably not. So many upstart December 9th 18Cs. Cool. Here's the real question: would GME ever hit 15 again? Probably not. What would happen if we all purchased one share at the same time? 1,167 people would have purchased a share at once. So it'd be a 10 blocks of, or 11 blocks of 100 shares. Literally nothing. Also, like the fucking stream, people. Dear God. A third of you? A third of you have liked the stream? What the fuck? I don't tell you to like the stream because I assume it's a given. How do I like the stream? I don't know. There's like a button, like an arrow or a thumb or something. Monthly reminder that this remains the best place on the internet. Thanks, Brian. So I'm giving them liquidity and I'll like the stream. Who did I give liquidity to today? I'm not gonna earn shit. Fuck you, I'll just stop streaming. Then we'll find out who does the earnings. Like the stream and straddle the spy. Spy straddles are gross. Legit question. My parents are getting divorced after 35 years of marriage. Their estate was appraised at 22 million. Whose side do I choose? What state do you live in? What state do they live in? Are you kidding me, Jade? Start every stream, but don't say anything unless 70% of the upvotes are in. If it drops throughout the day, just randomly stop speaking until the pores catch on. I mean, I'll just this is what I'll do. I'll just remove this. Ew. What have I done? Disgusting. I just tuned in and saw you sold everything, so I liquidated my portfolio. Nice. Quick question. Is it best to record your blood pressure before breakfast or after? I need to know pretty quick. My breakfast pizza is getting cold. Probably breakfast pizza. Joke's on you. It's too small to read on my phone anyway. We're consolidating right now, and GME, more ups soon. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe if the market pushes up. Just doesn't look phenomenal. Let me look. No, looks pretty fucking boring. Downtrend here. The market's kind of just stable. It's not really. I guess up looks a little bit better than down. Not much though. I don't like Beyond. Yeah. I'm well aware of its borrow rate. I think the shorts are pretty stable over there. It'll probably run, but why pick it? Like, the company is a pile of shit. What percentage of your assets are in this WeBull account, would you guess? I don't even know what the account balance is. Hold on, let me look. Less than 1%? Point, point, 0.005? Not quite. A little less than that. Slightly more than 0.04%. This is a meeting. Are we doing a little OPEX risk off? No, I don't think so. Is there supposed to be some economic data today? There was already this morning. It was a unemployment report. There's cash in the account too. Jimmy consolidating and finna rip and bust out of here. I think if the market moves up, GME might also. Wonder if we could 8 more minutes till we can get some data on SPX. Yeah. How do they crush IV while letting the price run? They simply price in less IV. Yeah. They make the market. It's not crime. They're the buyer and seller of all the contracts. They can set the price for the market. Is it SPX data stuff you and the quants made? Yeah. SPX options prediction flat. Q bell for market close. Pretty flat, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the expectation for today, though. We can trade we could trade above like 39.77, but I don't think we're gonna have enough volume to bridge the gap. Maybe in the later part of the day. We'll see how like the 39.75 short positions are doing. If those are shifting a little bit, then we might have some more upside potential. Selling GME cover calls today? No. I don't want to like the stream because I don't want more people here. Selfish. Should I have breakfast? Okay, there's the stop hunt. Is that gonna recover? Or are we gonna... Is the trend gonna shift down? Or we're gonna trade back down to 39.50? We could. Kind of like that idea. Yes, it's 39.60 maybe? Fucking weird head and shoulders. Huge megaphone formed on SPY at the top of this rally. Yeah, because price volatility has picked up. Shorts hiding everywhere. Are we going to complete a higher leg than dump December? Are the shorts forcing a head and shoulders down? I don't think the shorts have been particularly successful. They drove the price down for a couple days, but I think that was mostly to bail out and reposition. Everything just depends on CPI data and the Fed. I would say the technicals are less important at this point in time. The market's illiquid anyway, so technical analysis is going to fall apart to some degree. You ate breakfast already? It consists of nicotine and caffeine. It's the French breakfast. But I haven't drank very much of my coffee yet. Is there any way of predicting the amount of IV? IV can spike in any given option. No. And the value of that IV realized in the contract is dependent on its vega. Any advice how to get out of Rev Jan 2023 calls? IBKR has 0 bids for them. That's your answer. You've answered it yourself, Deck P. I guess you could buy a bunch of $35 puts, but you probably can't buy those either. Drink your coffee. I hear it's the best part of waking up. I don't know. My throat's still kind of sore. I'm still a little sick. Isn't it bullish seeing higher volume days leading into an OPEX? Yeah, it's nice. I'd be still too high to buy calls. I'm thinking of waiting until Monday. Probably. Yeah, Ivy's still cranked up a little bit. It's dropping pretty quickly, but it might need a couple days. I'm not selling covered calls on this tiny non-volumetric move. Below gamma. I mean, if you're selling calls below gamma neutral, you're probably gonna get fucking assigned. I hate that you didn't realize I was trolling you. It seemed sincere. Oh no, maybe you're at work and you're not paying attention to the IV. I find it very curious you got sick around the same time my wife got sick. I don't know who your wife is. Listening to the background, I heard that guy ask that 7 times. Yeah, Freddy Three Fingers. But he's changed his name now to avoid future embarrassment. Hey Gurk, how's things? Doing alright, Frosted Flakes. How you doing? Irrelevant? No, irrelevant. He's now Freddy Four Fingers. Is Freddy Two Fingers? Oh, like he cut one off in shame, like the Yakuza. Your SPX is having a red candle, but still trading in the exact range you said it would. Panic? Seems like as good a time as any. It's regardless. Irregardless isn't a word. Not without regard. That sounds terrible, Blue Bananas. Irregardless is an irrelevant for all intents and purposes. Uh, it just reminds me, someone said Pacific to me last night instead of specific. It was a really difficult moment for me. No, they were a full grown adult. It's not a typo, they said it. I have a coworker that says mute point. Moot? They say mute? Like that's a mute point? No, it's moot. Not moo. Photogenic memory. Eidetic? People are just dumb. Etc. grinds my gears. Yeah, that one's there's a lot of Latin ones that are mispronounced. Do you guys even know what moot means? Subject to like debate or uncertainty, right? Or having no practical relevance. Turning around? Is the bounce in? Not quite. Espresso is my test of coffee shops. I'll go in and be like, I'd like a double shot of, and then I'll just say nothing, like I don't know the word. And if they say espresso, I just leave. It hasn't failed me yet. See, the British have reduced standing in line to one word: queuing. And they love to do it. They're very proud of their ability to do it, even when the area in which they queue is not predefined. You definitely looked up moot at some point in the past. Yeah. That's how did you learn things? Did everything just pour into your brain via osmosis? How long is the pickle jar gonna last? It's gotta end sometime, right? No? We haven't even started doing our OnlyFans financial sessions. The stream has barely begun. Velvet Jupiter. And if you hang around, maybe I'll have them wiggle their toes at you. Those are the words that define it. What's the first result? Webster's? I pride myself on being able to queue anywhere at any time, with or without other people present. It's my gift. I'm taking off. Don't let anything good or bad happen for the rest of the day. I'll do my best. Oh, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna mute you and your moot point. I'm fine with holding Upstart for 1.5 years. Is 95 to 100 a rational price target for that time? 1,600 shares in a long-term account. No, that's an irrational price target for that time period. Maybe 40, 60, 95 to 100's a bit out there. The British also has figured out, instead of saying in back of, you can just say behind. Yeah, but they also say in future, which is the most insufferable phrase. Stock trading while you do OnlyFans seems like a genius idea. These ladies could retire at 30 with your help, Gork. Do the right thing. I'm very passionate about financial literacy for sex workers. I'm sitting on cash. I wanted to buy some more GME before the next OPEX. Do you think you have room to move down? I'm worried PPI and CPI will help the stock, and this is the low. Thoughts? It very well could be. You may have missed the opportunity last night to buy the dip. It's still relatively cheap. It could go lower again. I feel like if the market drops off hard today, which it may not do, um, then there might be an opportunity. So saying behind, say not in front of. All J Fresh has told me is that he had to look up moot. The English also greet you by saying, "You okay?" You don't know how many times I burst into tears because no one has asked and I wasn't okay. It gets awkward real quick. Interesting. We're not picking on the Brits. Look out. He's not in front of you. Nice. Don't they say you good in the Northwest US? They do. Um, but if someone responds anything besides yup, you're supposed to walk away. Thank you so much, Six. Can you please explain why Renko blocks are not good for finding SR levels? It seems like they would be great for that. I just look for clumps of blocks that aren't trending. Confused. No, they're pretty decent for it. They can be a bit skewed because they lock everything, like everything's kind of range bound on them, but other than that, they're fine. I don't think they're the most accurate, but it's definitely better than fibs. I always say, "How are you doing?" I don't really care. I'm just being polite. Interesting. So when you said it to me this morning, you didn't care. Thanks, Lugs. Will the Zero DT weekly chat get read by Gork? Only time will tell. Sometimes you have to live life on the edge, though. I did read it, Rika. What is an uptrend? A consistent series of higher highs and lower lows. SPX above futures. No, it's not. The gap is narrowing, but that's because the next ES expiration is December 16th. I'm starting over. Is Robinhood a good broker? Not particularly. I don't know why everyone is worried about your analysis. I don't know why everyone is worried about your analysis on Upstart and Jimmy. Your two most recent squeeze place calls on Dole and HCP have been going great. Neither of those are squeeze plays. Okay? Don't listen to him. He's trolling. No, Fubo's not a squeeze play either. Discord should be working. It's not working? Yes, it is. Oh, okay. What are your thoughts on oil moving up in the next few months? Do you really see it coming down? I can see it cooling off for a little bit, but I don't think it's coming down a lot. I think it's sometime between now and January we'll have probably a little more of a dip on it. We've already seen it come down quite a bit, like in just what, the last week. But I think it'll spike back up again. I have better entries looking at the 5-minute versus the 1-minute on SPY. What do you prefer? Doesn't really matter. I mean, the 5-minute is on the 1-minute. I think if you've been looking at charts long enough, you'll stop seeing so much of a difference. No, the drop was, I mean, mostly it started with the OPEC decision to continue production at like 2 million barrels a day or whatever. But without Russian oil, production's not going to meet demand, right? And that's going to cause prices to rocket again. Market makers are absolutely for profit. I think the video could see a new local high, gain 30% or more in like a month. Feeling put impatience again? I'm trying to steal my resolve. So do that. The market can still move up again. It's not dead yet. There's no actual volume on SPX. So now. SPX looks stable. It doesn't look strong. Do we pull the pores and to see where they want us to make our end of year donations for tax write-offs? Nah. Oatmeal? I absolutely don't use Boom Hunter fucking Pro, man. But if you want to use RSI, you can. I've returned from another long absence of boofing with replenishing funds. As my first order of business, I shall buy SPY 392 put and ride it into the ground. That's a terrible idea. I just got COVID, so I'm hoping for some entertaining price action for the next couple days. You've chosen a terrible time to get COVID. There's no missing DRS shares, Alan. Why do you have to be so fucking conspiratorial? Yeah, people fucking sold? Our economy's crumbling around us. People are working multiple jobs and still can't afford to pay their rent. Brett Harrell fucking un-DRS'd because he's a shill. Sava's been running quite a bit. I don't know how much of that's just due to sensitivity and illiquidity, or like it's actually running. I want to say it's the former. Volume on both of these days has not been very high. I never DRS'd. How could you do that to them? It's only a recession when the middle class starts to have trouble paying their bills. What middle class? We haven't had one of those in forever. Whoa, you cannot pop my shill cherry like that without a warning. I just did. Cash account, so I can only do CPI or PPI. PPI or CPI. But they're on different days. I guess you could do it now. And reposition on, well, oh, I see what you're saying. Hmm. Good question. If JSMAR is still DRS, then so am I. I'm sure all 12 of his shares are securely locked up at night. How did they un-DRS a million shares? The count went up by 500,000. Man, you're gonna believe whatever confirms your bias, alright? But the numbers are there, whether you like them or not. I DRS'd 40 shares at 1986. Sold them at 45 in August. Bullish. Of course, DRS numbers look so much higher last earnings. It was when the split happened. All the DRS shares quadrupled and made it look like there was this massive DRS. I mean, the count went up significantly, but yes, multiplication is hard. I'm upper middle poor. Nice, butt liquor. Look at the past 5 years on SPX put call ratio. Check out the last 30 days. 1.5 is higher than the COVID crash with spikes each week. Front running or driving down. And most of the short positioning has been short dated. And also, the put call ratio doesn't tell you if they're sold or bought. No, Stefan is not a quant. Did DRS all start because of Dr. T? For the most part, yeah. It really all started because of Mama P, but that's another story. That's wrong. That's not a claim on SS that it can't be because people sold, because nobody made a guide on how to sell. All right, I buy that actually. You're inferring that the put call ratio is somehow indicative of an incoming crash, but it's not. And are you looking at the put call ratio across the entire chain at a specific expiration? How are you determining whether the puts are bought or sold? I can tell you right now that the current options positioning on SPX is fairly bullish. Sorry, I misspoke. The blue collar factory workers I know are hurting because my company just decided to give everyone 10% of their 21% performance bonus meant for next year. Oh, so you're flush with cash right now, DT. Did you fix Fintel? Do you really think the SSDRS 15 million more shares adjusted for the split in quarter two than quarter one? I've already said this before. DRSing only benefits people who are short volatility. So why would retail be the primary driver of DRS? Because they talk about it a lot? They're all a bunch of brick dicks. Before DRS started, people could barely buy more than 10,000 shares a day at market. And then all of a sudden DRS starts and millions of shares are getting registered every quarter? Horseshit. Absolute fucking horseshit. You know what Kenny's probably doing? He's probably packing DRS full of shares so he can use them as fucking locates. And that way he doesn't have any failure to delivers when he shorts the fuck out of the stock every 3 months. Good job, guys. You made it cheaper for him. What do you want me to tell you? Here's an absolute truth about all market participants. They will always act in their best interests and to their advantage. Especially one as informed as Citadel. Tom F., welcome to Cornishon. That's the Charlie Vids method of trading. Look at put call ratio to determine rip or crash. What do you got, Dork? Juicy things? Jesus Christ. It's been fixed. Woo! They ban on DRS posts and the bot ignores counting them. That's true too. We call it flush with cash. More like I've got a bit of money to play with after paying down some credit cards. All right, don't lose it all this time. Exactly. A lot of DRS is not retail, so they can pull them out to hurt sentiment too. It's a baller move. They're ballers. That's why they're rich. We're not. One quick correction: not all market participants act in their own best interests. I saw this place called Wall Street Bets. I mean, they're attempting to act in their best interests. They're also extremely uninformed, right? The more informed the participant, the more they will act in their best interest. Yay, gherkin. Thanks, Luke's. Sure. Although it kind of just looks like ETFs being covered. Well, some ETF covering. Don't forget, today's Dork's October 69th day. So I leave for a few hours and my CSPs are no longer getting assigned. I want a refund. So you want your money taken from you? Because you're positive on the contract and you're implying that you want to reverse the transaction? I could make that now. If you want to just give me your profits, we can work something out here, Bot Wookie Cream. GME and liquidity just tanked this morning. I'm not on the DRS train, but doesn't DRS make it so they can't use it as a locate? I mean, they could. Shares aren't serialized. If JP Morgan's sitting there with a big fat inventory of GME shares, and some of them are DRS'd, who do they have to tell? They don't have to report that to anybody. It should prevent them from using it as a locate, but does it? I mean, there's nothing I can see that. I mean, in a forced locate situation, they wouldn't be able to use them as a locate. But if I call up JPM and they have 20 million shares of GME DRS, they're like, yeah, I got 20 million shares. Short it all you want. Wait, is a recession not bullish for stocks? All I bought were far out of money calls for this Friday, and the recession is officiated. We're not in the recession yet, supposedly. My cost basis is almost nothing. And shorting volatility is a temporary position, Matthew Lombardi. So as long as they continue to short synthetically, GME will continue to run up every 3 months, roughly. That's why I hold my shares. Also, the company's not bad. I'm okay with it. Does SPX feel range bound today? That's yeah. I don't think it's gonna melt up to 39.80. 39.75 is kind of the sticking point, I think, still. So we'll trade within a range of that point, but I don't think the shorts are gonna give it up because then like the gamma will flip and the market maker will start hedging the upside, which they definitely don't want to happen until at least PPI data tomorrow. Inventory is used as a locate. What makes you think that locates are back checked? They're not. That's why brokers can lend out the same share over and over and over again because it's on their inventory. That's why DRS doesn't do anything. Because if you DRS a share, they'll lend another share twice. But by DRSing large portions of the float, they make volatility and price control significantly easier. Because you reduce the size of the overall market. So it takes less capital to control the price, which means fewer synthetic obligations are built, which means fewer fails. Look at the rate of GME FTDs since DRS began. Hey boss, I found a couple 100,000 XRT shares under the couch cushions. Yeah. You're showing inventory, you don't have to show where it's held. So yeah, I mean, if you have 1,000,000 shares DRS, you can show them as part of your inventory. You don't have to say, oh, these are DRS, because no one's fucking checking. As long as GameStop doesn't go on Reg Show, who's looking? Who's digging? The SEC's not. FINRA's not. It's all self-reported. I have no hope for an NFT dividend, Cobra. None at all. I thought the whole DRS thing was to help MOASS. No, if people wanted MOASS, they should have bought options. Lots and lots and lots of far dated options with decent delta. Long as fuck with leverage. People didn't want that. They wanted an easy way out where they didn't have to learn anything. I mean, you can look at AMC. It's a total piece of shit, but it still builds FTDs despite a massive float. Not much DRS there. GME, smaller float, locked shares, no FTDs. Yep. Look at Upstart, equally as a liquid, shitloads of FTDs. Just a reminder that NFT dividends are illegal. All shareholders must receive the same fungible reward, as their rights are identical. But what if it wasn't fungible? Fresh. If only someone would have told Superstock that options were the way to MOASS. Yeah, I wish somebody had been really loud about it for a while. Despite constant attacks on not only his character, but his analysis. That guy'd be a fucking legend. That was the realization that ultimately led to me leaving RSS to start putting my Gme shares to work using CCs. Once I realized MMs effectively had infinite ways to generate liquidity. Some people can't read. If only DFE believed in calls. Have you not heard of Gherkin? He did all that. It was amazing. I was being sarcastic, Daniel Taylor. But yes, me. Where do you see SS in 10 years? A small collection of only the most diehard and mentally unstable people writing fan fiction for the shares they own that have been underwater for 10 years. It'll be like the Bat and Blanderson Snooper just exchanging DD back and forth. Like, hey man, I found this group of shills. They said bad things about our stock. Things that we might not like to hear. Takeaway from GME's earnings, not bad. Turning around still. It's slow. Positive FCF's a nice bonus. We'll see if the accrual accounting continues to show us positive free cash flow into the future. I think next quarter we'll see a better move towards profitability or positive EPS. Yeah, I'm the same guy from Gherkin It on Reddit. That's also me. Where do you see the pickle jar in 5 years? Snort and blow with prostitutes on yachts. Well, whoever's left. Everyone who loses all their money will fall off to the wayside. Well, to other periods of market uncertainty, we're still above average on short-dated options, right? When do you see that reverting? Can you rephrase that, Space Banana? What do you mean we're still above average on short-dated options? More specifically. No, they'll always be underwater because they bought it $483 a share. Pi-Fi? Same like you, gherkin. Fuck you, Daniel Taylor. Hey, now I lost all my money and I'm still here. But that's just because you have your wife's money. More institutions and retails are using shorter dated options instead of buying seller longer dated ones. You've referenced this a few times. I think that has to do with the pressure on like long funds are not using shorter dated options. They're buying farther dated contracts for the most part. They're using shorter dated ones on runs and stuff, but it's the short sellers that and the bears that are using shorter dated contracts, and that's because their margins are pressured because the market's up 1,700 basis points in the last month and a half. They were betting on a crash. They were highly leveraged on a crash, and the market ripping the opposite direction of what they had bet on was not good for them. Yeah. So we're seeing a lot of repositioning, and they're trying to get some stability in that short positioning, but it's still very unstable. And every time they short too hard in order to reposition, they spike the VIX again, which makes farther dated puts even more even more expensive. Yeah, it's more a sign of stress than uncertainty. We do have uncertainty, but a lot of that's being, a lot of that trading is delta neutral, right? And that's kind of why we're chopping sideways yesterday and today, and probably will into Monday and then the Fed decision, because market participants are unsure. That's what uncertainty looks like. Certainty looks like big directional moves. And right now, with volatility in the markets higher, those moves are more extravagant. It's on USO at the current price. Let's take a look. Not bad. I mean, I think oil can still go lower. Yeah, I mean, oil's pulling back up a little bit today. Why USO though? Are you really sure that's the best place to get oil exposure? I don't think it's terrible. I just don't think it's that great. Or is it like for a 401k and you need like a mutual fund? If you're gherkin it, who's Dr. Gingerballs? Oh, Carl. With the high amount of volume the last few days, is today simply the failed volume from the last few days? They're avoiding making actual FTDs. On GME, remember, the less liquid a stock gets, the more volume needs to be traded in order to prevent failures. That was also part of the DD. You guys all need to go back and read that DD again. Do you know anything about the trading strategy, the strat? It sounds dumb. Right at my initial knee-jerk reaction, sounds like bullshit. Is it based on signals? Because if it is, it's definitely bullshit. If you're Pi-Fi, who's Popcorn Trader? He's a smiley face and a hat. Like a cowboy hat. Like one of the characters from the Emoji Movie. Just a giant rolling ball with a hat on it. Cluster my velos, baby. Has anybody checked MACD? I mean, Anemoy today? I read that DD to my 2-year-old every night. 2-year-old son every night before he goes to bed. Excellent. How does the hat stay on? It's a good question. Well, it's the hat. I don't know. Maybe it has like rollers around the brim, so that it doesn't pick up momentum when he. I mean, he doesn't move around a lot, so it's not really an issue. But candles and price action, yeah, bullshit. I remember when I was first on SS and I saw the early morning DD titles of Jerkin It with Gherkin It, thinking, what kind of reputable info could this guy be writing? And then realized you're the smartest. Thanks, Cobra. I know. Wait, Carl is Dr. Gingerballs and has low T? Low T like Lil T? Lil T like Dr. T? Dr. T rhymes with Mama P, the OG DRS queen. Well, that's it, boys. We've officially entered the Matrix. Sounds like you figured it all out. You should write a DD about it. I've actually got sort of a suction cup thing going on, keeping the hat on. I can't really explain it better than that. Okay. I turned the mechanics of CNS into a meme and now everyone uses it wrong. That's true, you did. But it wouldn't have had the same ring to it if you'd called it T plus 42 or sometimes 70. Can't, I'm banned from SS too. You know what it was? Kriya and on DRS to shares, guys. He told me. All six? Yes. All 6 million. Ivy dropped 10-15% on Jan 2023 calls. Cool. Cobra's a brown nose. He's right though. Unreal how much poetry from your hand I have read. Thanks, Christopher. I wouldn't call it poetry, but some might. No, emergency exit and Lauren or James Rowland together. They meet up every weekend, forklift to McLaren, and copy my DD. GG is difficult to digest and even harder to use to make money, but I like the colors. If you're Gherkin, who am I? Daniel Taylor, the first of your name. You should get one of the chairs in the Matrix where you can plug in Kung Fu. I'm waiting on Elon and Zuck to set that up. We should name them like a Hollywood couple. Would it be Ilana Berg or Zuckalon? No, Zelon sounds too cool. Zusk. Is trading futures just straight gambling? No. It's gambling on the future. I already did all the analysis today. It's been perfect. I said that the SPY was going to go up to 39.75 and then stay around that level for the rest of the day. You could have made money on that. That's your fault. Zucker Musk. Musk Burger, can I take your order? I want to gamble on the past. No way, I'd manage to lose money on that too. You'd figure it out eventually. Jimmy and Tootsie Roll aren't merging. Speculation. Futures markets are driven on speculation. Thanks to the Bobbage call and the pickle jar, up 60% on my 95s. Nice, man. Yeah, the 90s I picked up yesterday are up, but my 95s I bought on Monday are still down a bit. I probably should have averaged them down because I'd be up right now, but I bought 90s instead in case it didn't hit the same level. I think it was capital better deployed that way. Yeah, but you don't have enough karma to post on SS, right? Hey man, I appreciate you being here for everyone. I like Zuckalon. I'm always looking for something to Zuckle on. Ha! Ha! That's funny. Hmm.
So big brain here, man. You're really off work today, huh? We're three-dimensional beings. We can control our movement in 3 dimensions: length, width, and height. But the fourth dimension is time. We can only move one way through time. Why is this 2 parts? It's height, not height. Height isn't a real word. So we can become 4-dimensional beings by predicting the market. Ah, interesting. This is the fourth dimension girth. SPX go VOP? I mean, how much VOP do you want, La Flama Blanca? Not right now. That's not happening today. No, just height. Height. Ends with a T, not an H. $39.70 would be nice. We could see it again today, but probably not till this afternoon. Even then. So the negative gamma at 39.75 is dropped a lot, but it's still there. And it's still the strongest point. Call side gamma above the current price is fairly strong. 39.65, 39.70. 39.60 is a little bit negative, which is would explain why we're stuck here. And the gamma flip point moved up a little bit to 39.82. So maybe I could see us retesting the gamma flip point. But we'll probably fall off a little bit first. Like right now, I think we may see a drop back down to like the 39.51 level. I think futures are probably coming down too. Yeah, trending just a little bit below. Is that going to get any momentum? Maybe not. $9.52. The any downside? Yeah, to hit any significant movement down, uh we need to fall below like 39.25. Otherwise the downside's pretty much as weak as the upside. But they don't have rankings in the market, unfortunately. The ranking is money, how much money you have. It's a point-based leaderboard system. You may have already gone over it, but Greeks for Baba Let me see if I have them. I didn't go over them today. I didn't even look at them today. Delta neutral's at 81, gamma neutral's at 81, gamma max is at 151, and Vega neutral's at 65. I'd say a little more realistically, gamma max is probably around 100, but a lot of out of the money call buying over the last 3 days, I think. Hmm. When do you think we'll see SPY at 500? 2025? Wait, so stocks only move up and down, height, and are only affected by left and right with no control to go back to the left. Does this make stocks are two-dimensional? Yeah, sure. But what about time? You just left time out, and time was in your initial thesis. I can tell you're very high today. High and off work, with cash burning a hole in your pocket. Yeah, Gamma Max on Sava's at 64. It's about $8 above Delta Neutral and Gamma Neutral. So the giant purple wedge. Which giant purple wedge? The one I drew on ES? Oh, the on the SPX chart in the daily? Yeah, it should apply on every time frame. It's not as relevant as the options positioning on SPX, but best way to learn CCs. I made a video about it on the other channel, School of Stock. They're pretty simple. Instead of buying an option, you sell one. And they work inversely. I'm at work and I refuse to comment on the other. So you're high at work. I'm not having more conversations about the dimensions of the stock market. Is the pimento still in play? No. The pimento's over. Thanks, Carl. Not a lot better. I was feeling better when I woke up, and now I kind of feel shittier. No, he's not a lawyer. Bloomberg TV is just getting farcical now. They're suggesting the arms dealer was selected to rekindle his old supply chains. That makes sense. Gamma Max went up when the share price went down. Is that normal? Sure. Is Nick Cage coming back for Lord of War 2? One could only hope. Have you looking nice on GME? You picking up any contracts at these levels? I snapped up some Jan 30s. No, Ivy's pretty terrible right now. It's not so bad on the January contracts, but it's still a little elevated. Have you ever considered streaming from your bed? Repeatedly. But what if I fall asleep? Then you guys are just sitting here and watch me sleep? No one wants to do that. That's all we've ever wanted. And everyone would have an amazing nap day. You can't nap with zero DT options. At least I won't have to listen to, well, that's bullish. SPX looking pretty bullish. What puts do you have? Yes, I can. It's called tax loss harvesting, and it's classy. I mean, if you call it that, it sounds classier. 394s. Oh, they could print, maybe. I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't look great for you. But there's a chance. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore you, Daniel Taylor. Also, why do you still have a tiny wrench next to your name? Why are you wrench shaming? What's up, McLong Johnson? Wow, today's fun, huh? I haven't watched the stream in a while. Upstart MOASS win. No MOASS. There is no MOASS on anything. You want a refund on the puts you bought? I don't know what you're talking about. I made 47 trades. I'm up $14. Did you factor in commissions and fees? Rev's settling with 3 lenders. Bullish? Seems like a good sign. Why is positive cash flow bearish? It's not. I didn't silence you. Carl did. Is there any TLDR for Upstart related stuff anywhere? There's a Discord server or channel on the Discord server. I wrote a DD about it. Yeah. No. No, there isn't, Stefan. Are Revlon's using merchandise as debt collateral to settle debts? Limited edition used bathwater apparently was used to close out all debts. That's amazing. So what you're saying is start a company, get funding, pay back funding with bathwater. I mean, Upstart's tricky to pin a price on because it has so many open strikes. If it picks up FOMO, Gamma's fairly flat after $30. So it can just keep running depending on how much FOMO comes in, right? DRS numbers are wrong. Referencing all these comments to say DRS numbers are wrong. My work here is done. Feel free to reference this and why the DRS numbers are wrong. The DRS numbers aren't wrong. They're accurate. As reported by ComputerShare to GameStop. We need a lot of bathwater. What's up, Hafra? It's been a minute, man. Sorry I'm late to the show. Above average volume today. Are they getting liquidity back? No. Liquidity is actually bottoming out today. Pretty hard. How dare you ban me, Ree? Oh, you've changed your name again. How do you do that so quickly? I mean, I can look at the condiments. They don't change that quickly. Hmm. Oh. Oh dear God. Interesting. Dork. So torqued, bro. Nice. I'm gonna show the. I'm gonna show the masses. All right. The collapse has begun. When the river runs wet. I can pull up upstarts too. It's a little different because the ETFs aren't as liquid. No, Upstart's getting more illiquid today. Jesus Christ. How far do I have to go back? So the last time Upstart was this illiquid was in July of 2021. July 22nd of 2021. Yeah, Upstart liquidity levels are still driving down. Hold on. It moved 200% then. Yeah. Tyson B sounds like an angry super stonker. Can I eat one of the goats? My covered calls haven't printed in months and I'm hungry. Ask Popcorn Trader. Based on this new data, is it better to wait for Ivy to drop on Monday before buying calls? I mean, it's not new data, but so GME's liquidity started to normalize in March on the 11th, which was uh, how many days was that before it actually ran? Mm, 5 days, T+2. So 7 trading days. Uh, I guess not March 11th, because there's another peak of illiquidity there. Hold on. So Monday, March 14th, actually, was when it started to normalize. Which was son of a bitch. Yeah, seven trading days. It's still 7 trading days. Before it ran, 6 days. I guess 6 days in between. What do you got, Dork? Or turd? Oh, 1 second. I'll watch it. How much lower can Upstart go? That's tricky because the company's bought back a lot of shares. So Upstart's liquidity can no longer, it should no longer reach, illiquidity should no longer be able to reach the levels that it once did because there's fewer available shares, right? It doesn't mean we're going to be running in 6 days. That's just how long it took us to run in March. When liquidity normalized in May, it started on the 12th, but we didn't run until the 25th. Which is 9 trading days. What will happen to Jimmy when the 18K 12.9 22p are closed / expire? I don't know. Is there any chance that the liquidity shift in GME is an artifact caused by earnings? Maybe. I can wait till the daily candle prints. And see if the trend follows through there, but I don't think so. Because it would be an artifact that's started before earnings. Because the second like the second peak before it started to revert to mean was on the 6th, which was Tuesday, in after hours. And then ETF liquidity is also starting to normalize. So I don't think it's an artifact. Hey Gorg, I just got a call in the pickle jar. Pansies, we still bullish on Rev? Yeah. Is it 0? Unless it's 0. I'm bullish unless it's 0. Alright, I gotta look at this thing turd made. Alright. It's gonna get some airtime.
So much! If we keep this up, I see no reason why we can't beat Camp MVP in the Apache Relay.
Amazing. Found the infinite money glitch. I was just able to roll my Fubo 1216 to 1223 for $0. I just got me some free time. What the fuck? I'm gonna hit all the pre-run steps now. When run, what calls to buy. I'm worried about your health. You changed my life. Thank you, FMOS. And I never see you again. Let's go. Sounds like you got it all out of the way. No, Turd made that. Hey, Turd's finally getting tagged in something that isn't in at everyone. Is this the run? Should I buy calls? I sold out the money CCs yesterday. How fucked am I? I'd imagine you're pretty fucked, Dork, but I know that you can't sell a covered call, so I'm not worried about you. Flat better than down. Some might even say flat is winning. What's your price target? Can we go higher? Why are my calls losing value? Is this MOASS? You guys forgot, is this NOPEX? The most asked question of any OPEX. Also, you didn't tell me to not sell CCs. I did. I said, well, I didn't specifically tell you not to sell CCs, but I said selling CCs yesterday was really stupid. Big dumb. Only an idiot would have sold CCs yesterday. A stupid, stupid idiot. My calls were up a lot, but I held them too long. Will we get another bounce before the run ends? That one's a good one too, man. Are we gonna do a... You know, I don't think this show is so bad that we need to do like a flashback episode yet. Oh, to the list of OPEX quotes. It might just be the strike you have, Idaho Beef. Sometimes it takes them a second to reprice. Express doing things again. Potential targets somewhere under $4.60. Can you look at Baba? Were you still targeting 100 next week? I'm looking at Baba right now. It's on the screen. Yes. 98. It's not 100, but yes. Is this where we run back up to 39.70? It might be. Hold on, let me look. Too soon to tell. I think so. It could also be where we just test 39.64. I said yesterday, Bipolar Bear. So I got a hold of my broker and they said no deal on the CSP refund. They did tell me I'm cretinous, so I won't have to buy any creatine workout powders for a while. Okay. Do you guys prefer cretin or cretin? Thanks, Bot Wiki Cream. Why is everyone asking you to look at things? Are you a doctor? You look at this rash on my left moob. It looks like eczema. Just get some lotion, man. When you showed the chart of Upstart, those lines touching, what was the conclusion? Ups past GM looming? No. The conclusion is that Upstart is extremely illiquid, and they're starting to tap the ETFs for liquidity again after they just cleared some out to get it off reg show. So Upstart hurtling back towards yet another reg show inclusion. They're really, and if Upstart had just an ounce of fucking interest. Hmm. Yeah, Upstart started to fail. It looks like it started to fail again on Tuesday. Tuesday was like maybe nothing but fails. And it looks like they've been trying to clear those into today, but they haven't done a lot of work. Hmm.
You can't say stupid? Seriously? I need to check the filtered and banned words list. I know you hate doing it, but might that ounce of interest be Pickle Jar making upstart memes for Wall Street bets? I don't know. I don't know where the interest comes from. It'd just be cool if it had some. You have to say super tarded. Is entering a 1 DT SPX straddle tomorrow too little theta to hold over the weekend for CPI? Yes. Look deep into the camera and say it at me. You're an idiot. The stupid, stupid Dan idiot. You have the SPX data at your fingertips. And you fucking bought puts above gamma neutral. Or below gamma neutral. You bought puts below delta neutral. Jesus. What were you thinking? Keep going, I'm almost there. What's a realistic move for PPI tomorrow on SPX? We could move up into like the 39.80, 40.20 range. It's broad. That'll narrow into the remainder of the day, but initially that range is pretty open. Jesus Christ, what have I done with this thing? Oh. Oh. What? That's amazing. Guys, look what this headrest does. It goes in and out. Now I don't even know where I like it. It's too adjustable. I've been chilling upstart at my grandma's bunko club. Those little gals might look pretty tame, but don't let them fool you. Those degens will go full regarded, full port with barely any convincing.
Now you use a straw to control your computer with air. Oh, that'd be awesome. Like Stephen Hawking? Like a little artificial intelligence harmonica? No, I only have half the pieces of my fucking stand-up desk, Stefan. If I built it right now, I'd have a tabletop, one leg, and a computer tower mount. Have you seen the dude that plays COD with a flute? No? Do you have a favorite movie? I have favorite movies. I don't want to say any one is better than another, though. Hmm. Upstart about to break out? Maybe. It'll depend on the market, probably. Favorite Dillionaire? I love all the Dillionaires equally. Popcorn Trader. How could you imply that one would be above the others in any way? Except Walken. He drives me nuts. Walken's definitely at the bottom of the list. This Freg was never a Dillionaire. Freg was always a poor. Draw some lines on SPX to make it go up. No. Okay. But it's going to be a minute before it goes up. Oh, you bitch. There we go. How could you? This is how the hierarchy of the pickle jar goes. You're somewhere in here because you're both a mod and a pigeon whale, Darth. Or Carl. The Dans are a different sect of the cult. Are you straddling or strangling SPX at the end of the day? I don't know. I could probably buy into a strangle now, but I don't want to. I'll probably just end of day straddle closest strike. No, there's no hope for your 4000 DTE. There isn't a Supreme Pontiff of VWAP yet. There will be one day. I hope there won't be, but it seems like it's inevitable. That Pontiff would still be below the quants. That's true. Boss twist, it's walking. I'm gonna bring a security detail with me. I don't want the fucking composite man coming for me in my sleep. I will force you to take Stefan Jump to Conclusions quad to lunch if I do. Please don't. If I buy Pontiff and I'm not above the quants, I'm gonna poo in JFresh's litter box. Okay. Carl already does that, so. I don't know, man. Sanjeet faked us out last time. I don't know. Pontiff or new Porsche 911 GT3? It's up to you. Pontiff lasts as long as the next convenient return flight. Unless you live somewhere cool. One day when PiFi breaks 100 million, he'll just buy Pontiff for a tax thing and hang out with himself. This will be the first Pontiff. If I buy Pontiff, I'm taking Gherk on one of my entrepreneur weekend trips. Oh, Jesus. Please don't. I'm not going to be able to keep up with all the hot alpha male action. Why is NVIDIA ripping and AMD down? It's almost like they're not the same stock. Should all GoFundMe Pontiff and make Girk hang out in Philly for a day. The first rule of Pontiff is it cannot be collectively paid for. I already got a perm that way. I'm not making that mistake twice. I'm not gonna hang out with multiple individuals. If it's some sort of bait situation and there's multiple pickle jar members in the same place, I'm gonna run away. Since your lines worked on SPX, can you do that on Upstart now? It's the same lines. How much is Pontiff? I don't know. A lot. If I ever make it to Pontiff, we're going on man camp. I'm taking ice baths, eating raw meat, and pick up artist master classes. You have to ask, you can't afford it. Pontiff, a former title of the pagan high priest at Rome, later used of popes and occasionally of other bishops, now confined exclusively to the Pope. I'm confused. Why? I saw someone on TikTok yesterday complaining about their food stamps amount going down. Sounds like they should be not on TikTok at that point. I commented I pay $100 a month so nobody can call me poor. Did I go too far? No, absolutely not. Like, I don't know, if you're on food stamps, I feel like you have better things to do than talk about it on TikTok. Like, there are probably more important things you should be doing with your time. No, I don't take EBT for membership. Sorry. I'm not consumable, and not in that way. This is a pre-prepared meal. All right. A snack, if you will. 1 year membership. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Hacksaw. Could you give a brief summary of Fubo expectations? Any potential catalysts, or is it just a be patient and wait play, and that's it? What cost basis would you consider too high? I mean, ideally at this point, a cost basis around within 20 cents of $3 is very acceptable. 280 to 320. If you're a little above that, this is a really good opportunity to average down. It depends on how leveraged into the position you are. It does have potential catalysts. It is a volatility short. If we see extensive covering across the volatility short stocks, Fubo is likely to run with the rest of them. If we don't, then yeah, buy and hold. I mean, their subscriber base is growing, their revenues are picking up. I think all of those sustained over multiple quarters are going to be really good for their valuations. They're not trading at a multiple they should be. They're the more exclusive content rights they pick up, the more desirable they become for an acquisition target. And we are going to start seeing some capital deployed for acquisitions probably into the middle of next year. There's going to be like when PEs start falling off, a lot of people are going to be looking for big acquisition targets and small ones. So would you eat Dr. K's meatloaf? You mean his hamburger pie? Absolutely not. SPX doing a rip to let someone reposition. We'll see. The 39.75 levels weakened a little bit. Like I said, into the end of the day, we might see prices above that, but I think we'll still be kind of stuck to that level. Gamma update. I don't know if there really is one. Hold on, let me look. It's a little old. Yeah, it looks the same. A little more interest at 4,000 on the long side now. A little bit less interest at 39.30 and 39.40. 39.50 and 39.75 are still negative. So, and the gamma flip point now at 39.82. So I would say that that's the high target for the day. I don't think we're gonna get past that flip point. Even on this, I think we're already gonna start pulling back on the breakout. Looks kind of weak. Maybe back to like 39.65. And then we'll see if we can get another leg up. So much gamma's super flat. So you have like 39.75, right? And then gamma's just flat on either side of it. And this is negative, right? So if we move, and the flip points here, 39.82. So if we move above this, we're going to get pulled back to the 39.75 level. Below it, we can move up into it, but it's hard to cross. And then there isn't any real negative gamma until you get down here, and it's very small at like 39.25. 3900 has some open interest to the downside, but then, you know, up here, it starts to pick up into 4,000 on the upside. So, yeah, I think we're still going to be very range bound. I don't think that's going to change a lot. Like, I really do think that we're just going to trade like level to level through the economic data. Thanks, Greg, for everything. I learned more in the last year from you than in 10 years of learning on my own. I'm in both, but what do you like better? $20 Upstart Jans or 25 GME Jans? I think Upstart IV pricing is a little better right now. Also, those contracts are different deltas. It'd probably be more like $20 Upstart calls versus 27.50 or $28 GME calls. I think that those deltas would be more in line. GME, you know, has more FOMO potential, a lot more FOMO potential. So GME's Gamma Max could potentially go up a lot more than Upstart's could, because Upstart just doesn't have the interest, like the same level of interest. Not that can't change, but it doesn't right now. Did the GME NFT marketplace just completely disappear from the radar? No, they didn't report anything on it because it wasn't a material amount of money. I think they're setting it up in the hopes that it's a space they can develop into the future. But right now, it doesn't really cost them anything to leave it up and running, and it generates some revenue, just not a lot. Pfizer doing well all month, just popped another 2.5%, got FDA approval for booster shots for kids. Let me take a look. Pfizer. All right, Pfizer kind of moving back to the $50 level. I mean, it's got some range. I don't know. Yeah, its current move looks pretty good. Maybe watch like 5250 and 5375. Huge float, yeah. Super liquid. Not a quick mover, even when it is a quick mover, generally speaking. Hey, we did pull back to 39.65. Well, close. Carl, upstart liquidity is drier than your wife. Or at least it's drier than you make your wife. So Jimmy gonna rip in the next 20 days? We'll see. I would say next 7 to 9, but that's on Docu earnings. I'm about 20% up from purchases earlier this week. Oh, okay, you got into the pickles pick or just I guess not. Debating holding through versus taking profit and repositioning after. I think their earnings will be fine. The positions I have on Docu, I'm gonna hold through earnings. That's up to you though. You may want to consider taking profits ahead of time. I don't think their earnings is gonna be very bad though. I think their revenues are pretty steady. Do you think the next day's CPI day won't be as volatile as the previous months, since the Fed's rate decision is the next day? That's possible, yeah. Because we'll just get like whatever CPI run we see is gonna just get strangled and straddled into the Fed meeting, right? I'm telling you, if we're gonna go up, we're just gonna stair step one trading level to the next. I don't care what Linux says. How do you feel about Costco earnings today? Their preliminary report wasn't the best. I'm not playing it. Did you pick up some calls in the like? You might want to sell a spread against them to protect yourself, and you can capture any implied volatility crash. So say you have a long call, you can sell a spread, right? You can turn your long call into a spread, capture the IV, and then you can close out the sold call tomorrow if things are going your way, right? But you protect yourself from the downside overnight. And then if IV does crash, you get to offset some of the loss on the hedge with the IV crash. DocuSign is trash. They're amazing. Best way to sign a document, DocuSign. Linux didn't say anything about Docu. Too poor for GME CSPs. My bull put spreads I sold yesterday are doing great. Thanks for everything you taught us. You got it, dude. Not playing earnings, but yeah, grab some Jan calls earlier this week. Nice. Costco likes to dip on open after a good earnings call. If it's bullish but tanks in the morning, I'll load up on calls. Yeah, it tends to. Especially if it moves up in after hours, it tends to dip in the morning. Watch the levels though, Trash. If you're expecting a dip in the morning, you probably want to see it climb above, like back above 500 overnight. I'll actually ban you, Bipolar Bear. Crypto, Rev, Meme Basket, GME, all green, mini spiking right now. It's almost like covering on them occurs around the same period. I don't say any of them are spiking super hard. Sava's had a bit of an interesting run today. Baba and Nvidia are doing pretty well. Whenever I need to sign a document, I just draw a picture of the moon and Zom in the middle. My subordinates have learned to accept it. Remember the time you said you were done playing OPEX if Novo OPEX, but they didn't cover? I'd almost despaired, but now I'm all bullish. Thanks. No problem. Hey Gurk, I've been out of the loop, but just realized that one of my 4025Cs expiring for tomorrow never filled last week. Chances it'll print by tomorrow. You have a 4025? Pretty slim. I don't think we're gonna hit 4025. I mean, how high? I don't know what your cost basis is on the contract, but pull up an options calculator and see how much of a move you need. But I have a hard time believing we'd break 4 tomorrow, and probably not even move that high. Happy post earnings day. Happy post earnings day to you, Gaff, fellow shareholder. Did you see the lower than expected DRS numbers or evidence of either crime at ComputerShare or institutions who DRS'd selling off? Retail still exclusively buy and hodl. I did. I've heard the conspiracy theories. Did you hear mine? Volatility shorts are just DRSing shares. It makes shorting volatility so much cheaper and less failures. It would explain why retail went from buying like 5 to 10,000 shares a day to buying, you know, hundreds of thousands of shares a day. It wasn't because they got richer. People just don't have the money to keep buying. Oh, that's definitely true also. It's almost like a recession and everyone having to work 2 to 3 jobs to be able to afford their rent would slow down the rate of retail stock buying. Maybe even cause some selling. They're rich because they own GME. Yeah, they bought it all at the top. And I don't know if you heard, but if you don't sell, you never realize losses. No, but on a serious note, Gaff, what prevents a DRS share from being used as a locate if it's just being held in inventory? Is that why you held your ADA? No, I bought more ADA. I bought the dip. Full bull. 2023. Here we go. Or 2030. We'll see. They only need 1 share for generational wealth, so there's no problem cashing a few out to pay rent. That's the most biased shit I've ever heard, Girk's BlackRock recruiter. Just because you can doesn't mean that you represent the majority of people. Most people are broke. The bot's always been taking in fake numbers, right? John Wilkes Booth. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Guys, give John Wilkes a shout out for hooking you up with Cornishon. And welcome. Thank you, John. So here's what I'm thinking, Gaff. You're short in volatility on Jamie, but you don't want to fail a lot. So you buy yourself a little inventory of shares, maybe enough to offset fails every day, right? And you DRS them. Or maybe you're a prime lending out a lot of GME and you DRS some shares. It makes volatility shorting not only more profitable, but less capital intensive. I mean, we've already established that DRS reduces risk. Why not reduce your own risk? Retail maybe wasn't keeping enough pace, so. It's good to talk about these things, even if they're mostly bullshit. The computer share counter literally has a fudge factor called trimmed average. It fits the previous data so well because they just make it fit. Yeah. Same like smoothing. Predicting the future, same like just looking at the past. The value of DRS is limited to being part of the illiquidity crunch. But DRS doesn't actually cause illiquidity. It causes a smaller, it reduces the size of the market, but it doesn't actually cause illiquidity, right? Because shares aren't serialized. So the amount of liquid tradable shares at any given time is always infinite. Yes, it increases the variance in liquidity. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Don't ever DM me shit from the bat and his fucking Uber driver. Greg, I work from home and I feel like if anyone wanted to hang around and watch what I do, I'd make a stream. But it's far more fun to shoot this stuff with a bunch of homies all day. Yeah? You're pretty handsome yourself, Pterodactyl. Ruggedly? Maybe not. But one thing I gotta say though is above average GME hit pieces showing up in the news today is sus when there's not much bearish news in reality. I mean it's earnings, right? So all the blog algos write shit. Then why remove the shares from DRS? Who said they did? Maybe they've just got a sufficient quantity and they stopped buying. I don't even understand how SS expected DRS to kick off MOASS. What exactly did they think would happen? No one knows. The Bat is an Uber driver. That's probably likely. Play Cat in the money from last week's low. 235 tomorrow out of the question, thanks. Playing Cat in the money from last week's low. Hold on. So you're at like break even right now? You want it to break up. I mean, if PPI data is good, Dow will move. So Dow will probably move more than like NASDAQ or ES on that news. It might not be bad. It might be like a decent 0 DT play even. Depending on how much cat moves in the pre-market. It's risky in this range though. And Caterpillar is trading right against resistance right now. Many times you mentioned the sharp drop in theta before a call expiry. Is it 2 weeks? 20 days. 30 if you're out of the money. Is it perceived illiquidity because the denominator is smaller? This increases the risk of ownership unless you own enough not to not care. To use crypto terms, more vulnerable to a 51% play. Yeah. Hmm. We'll see what happens. If revenues pick up, then we could see positive FCF in Q4 as well, and possibly improved EPS and revenues. And we should see improved EPS and revenues for Q4 anyway. It's their best quarter. Literally a break even today, and they expire tomorrow. GME-CC is looking risky for next week. Yeah, I'd say covered calls on GME are pretty risky right now. 20 or 30 calendar days, not trading days. I mean, DT is measured in calendar days. Nebraska? How many floats does retail own in GME? Less than one? It's still too early to tell. The weirdest thing about this chair is in all the chairs I've ever owned, the lumbar's in the middle, right? Like the lumbar support. And so sometimes like lumbar support can get uncomfortable after a few hours. So you'll like lean to the left or right in order to kind of run away from the lumbar support. But because the back of this chair moves with you, it's like the lumbar support just stays there. And so you go through these periods where it's impossible to get comfortable and you feel like you're sliding forward all the time. When we were talking about selling a spread against a longer Costco position, would you sell 12.16 $5 higher than the strike of the longer dated call? Yeah, you could do that. Depending on if you wanted to be bullish and protect your downside or bearish and protect your upside. Vice versa. Sorry. Michael Pocht guy released a 75% downside article too, so it's not just algos. I know, but it's good. News cycle on Jimmy's a good thing. SS believes there's a hidden short and the float is oversold. I know. They're latching onto the VW idea. Once they own 74%, short squeeze. Mechanics are different. SS isn't a single entity. Yeah, it's not the same thing, and it's not going to happen. Do you think that increased articles on Jimmy could be a result of thousands of consumer retail investors being willing to click on anything with GameStop stamped on it? Nah, probably FUD. Yeah, most of it's clickbait. That's on HCP, 25 Jan, 23 CSPs. Seems like a decent return. Yeah, they're not bad. I like the price target. Was anybody in HCP this week or just me? I don't know if anybody got in it. I know some people were talking about it, but they were like afraid of earnings. Upstart looks fine. It's just flat. No. Sold CSPs on HPC, collected a full $350. That's not bad. Entered part of what I'm planning to on HCP this week? Okay. I love how, yeah, I love how every time I pick like a long-term buy and hold for the more, you know, risk managed investor, it rips like 14% the next day. I'm sorry about that. I I think it's a factor of me watching them for too long before talking about them. But then if I don't like Fubo did it, Dole did it, HCP did it, Campbell's Soup kind of did it. What else? It happens every fucking time. It's very frustrating because I also bleed my buy-ins into those. Quit yelling. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. Quit yelling. AMD that one time, yeah, but very much not the other time. O'Reilly, yeah, O'Reilly ripped right out of the gate too. Are you playing December OPEX or contracts or just shares? I'll get some contracts on GME before then. It's the gherkin effect? No, I don't think anyone bought it. Like, no one. Dole was like that too. Everyone was like, oh, it's a long term buy and hold. I'll wait and I can average in over time. And then it just ripped right out of the gate. HCP, kind of the same thing this week. So you play in December OPEX with contracts or just shows? Okay, that's the Sherwin Williams. Oh yeah, Sherwin's kept ripping though, right? Also, Sherwin, I kind of expected it to move up hard right after I bought in. That was not as long term a play, right? Fuck you, Gaff. No picks back after 6-day hiatus. Eric, welcome to Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Quit yelling. Also, you. I appreciate it. Sorry, the song didn't go through on the first one. November OPEX still looking spicy as fuck, Gaff. It's just gonna happen in December. The real question is, why won't the market maker buy my Ref 35Cs? Why would they? This is a nice hard pullback to 39.50. Not done dropping just yet. Hey, my SPY 392, 1DT 392p are green. They might not be for a lot longer. This drop is maybe starting to bleed off here a little bit. I don't know. What's the... Where's there some short interest? 39.30 and 39.25 look pretty unlikely. Starts to stabilize here around 39.50. I don't know anything about Liver King. Some dude on roids. Something. Nova December packs, yeah. Noveka Deca packs. Microsoft deal getting sued by FTC. Cool. Will I get adopted for Christmas, or will this be another nothing burger? Wendy's kind of holiday. We'll see. I don't really have extra space. I mean, the GameStop wallet is public. Like, you can view it. So everyone knows they didn't make anything. What other data do you need? Kick Carl out of the closet. I can be quiet. But where's he gonna live? Stack some 3970s in a bit? I don't like that either. Oct 8, not 10. Nov 9, not 11. Deck 10, not 12. Sept 7, not 9. I'm sad. You'll get over it. Was this the part where you repeat what you said in the daily GD about things chopping in a range before PPI CPI? No. I already said that. I don't need to say it again. Looks like SVX is going to find support here. Yeah. 39.50. This will get another big sell-off, but I don't think so. Might bleed into 39.45 as it consolidates. I think there's some range for that. JC, blame Caesars, Julius, and Augustus. Thanks for doing this, even on days when your tolerance for stupid is low. I appreciate the knowledge. Do you ever just scan through a list of options plays sorted by highest IV for opportunities? No. But sometimes. But no. Thank you for asking, Arnold Kent. What DT are you looking at for overnight straddles? It's a good question. Don't forget, I still have the 39.90 and 40.70 calls open through January. Well, December 30th and January 13th. Probably the 13th. To 5 DT. Missed most of the stream today. Can you summarize minute by minute leading up to 90 seconds ago? DRS rant, stocks went up, stopped ranting, stocks went flat, stocks went up again a little bit, and then dropped back to flat just now. Best of luck to you, Dan Weeklies. I mean, GameStop's wallet is public, Struggle Works. You can go see how much money they've made. No, I didn't cut my December 16 Baba calls. Do you know what would look incredible in your apartment on your standing desk? A massive 20-inch tall, 100-pound Himalayan salt lamp. Just a giant raw chunk of it under lit pink salt. What? Why would I want a seasoning on my desk? Or a rock. What's wrong with you? You can lick it when you get snackish like a deer? Desks are like cast irons, gotta season them, bro. Such a weird dude, man. Did you check the DM, or are you trying not to make white on camera? I'd prefer not to make white on camera. I still think we have a few more days. You guys are making me FOMO into GME calls already. How's that going for you? Are there a few more days in the room with us? Are we less likely to see some downs pre-OPEX now? Jimmy's $24 right now. How cheap do you want it? You could have bought it yesterday for 22. You didn't want to buy it then. I mean, yeah, rate hike will have the biggest impact out of the three. Before earnings, though, is scary you knew that. What did I know? Since Upstart is nearing extreme levels of illiquidity, and since bots is being used a ton already, is it just safe to say VUPs are more likely for liquidity than downs, as 1650 has acted as a strong resistance? Yeah. I'm not particularly afraid of the downside on it. I noticed a lot of other people are. Would you be closing rolling your 1230 SPX calls before 21 DTE theta cliff or after CPI? I'll probably keep them open through the Fed meeting. They're also mostly paid for, right? They're leftovers from the straddles that I had. Yesterday earnings report for GME. How many more earnings do you expect will go through before sustained profitability is achieved? Sustained profitability? Consistent? I mean, we could see that as early as quarter 1. I don't know if GME can pull that off, but it's possible as soon as that. Thoughts on trying to play tomorrow PMI by buying 0 GTs in pre-market? I mean, if you can get the spread, sure. That'll depend on where price settles. If price doesn't settle in a good strike range, then you're not going to get a good spread in the pre-market. Like, you need price to settle at like 39.50 or 60, like psychologically important strikes. I'm saying it was a tough buy yesterday at 22.60 right before earnings. It's a fair point that 24 is still a decent price. I mean, 22.50 is cheap as fuck. It's like 2 standard deviations from our year-to-date VWAP. What do you want a crown for? I think there's an emoji for it. October 69th has been a good day. Although, how much of the ETF flow is marked long? So I wouldn't say that this is equivalent, right? I wonder if that's something we can measure. Hmm. Gamma max on Jimmy is 34.92. Go, bro. This is the longest we've had an uptrend in a single day for GME for quite a while. Is that true? I don't think so. We had like a couple days of moves up, like at the end of November. Like November 30th through let me look. I think it was like November 30th through like, yeah, December like 2nd. So I wasn't really here. Is this price action and volume GME from GME the action we're expecting from November OPEX? Absolutely not. I mean, you can't target the extremes of price action with any kind of reliability, right? You can't say you're gonna see like there's very brief moments where we're shorted significantly below trend. First of all, don't last, right? And shouldn't be factored into your analysis. They occur on generally very very little volume, and the persistence of those prices outside of the trend are extremely short in time frame. Like it's a really, really narrow window to target for a buy-in. Actually, we have a higher low. Well, if we've seen the low for this, it's higher than the last one. Because the 52-week low is like $19. Barely, but close. You really think I'm weird? You really think I should get a pink Himalayan rock lamp for my desk? It's not so much that you're super weird, because I mean that's a given. It's more that contextually you're very bad at reading the room. Where'd yesterday's enthusiastic MMTLP bonafide short squeeze crew go? The same place as their stock. Forecast for Friday. Tomorrow? Probably more like this. Rising, falling with the market. A little more sensitivity to the market conditions. Less internalization because, well, frankly, there's just not that much liquidity left. I didn't talk about Jamie going to 40. It could, but it's a stretch. Lower average lows, not wicks. Is it? The average low from this period, from the fall off in August, like the volume traded average is higher than it was in May, which was higher than it was, well, leading into March. But yeah, the average low, the volume backed average low across the period from September 6th through now is higher than it was in May. And then the average volume traded price from May through August was significantly higher than the price now. So are we doing it quarterly? Are we doing it over the course of the year? I mean, that's like analyst reports that are like, this stock's down 20% in the last month, but they don't note that it's been up 90% year over year. You're better than that, Gaff. It's interesting how people perceive me online versus how people perceive me in real life. It's like 180. Maybe because we have no visual cues. It's weird that he wants another man to have a pink rock salt lamp. Right? I mean, if a friend in real life came up to me and was like, you know what you really need in here, man? A Himalayan salt rock lamp. I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what we should have today, Doric? A nice, robust Cenis. Don't tell Gaff. He's being a shill. Well, fewer fails, right? Failure to delivers are basically gone on GME. In my case, the 180 flip on how people perceive me online versus real life is working in my favor. What's Bobby doing? I don't know. I'm pretty cool in real life, but I'm even cooler online since I can shitpost. Shitposting's really the key to being a cool online entity. It's an art form. Jimmy at $25. Glad I didn't sell covered calls this morning. Or yesterday. Jimmy up 11%, but oh hey, look at Bobby. Bobby is trash. It is. You're not wrong. But it's cheap trash. And so it will always have a following. Anything cheap, that's what I've figured out about the market and retail investors. If it's cheap, they'll spend 30 grand on it. If it's expensive, they're like, I don't want to put $500 in that. It's like if they can't maximize their leveraged risk on cheap garbage, they don't want to touch it. Don't talk about RevRQ that way. Ironically, it turns out that shitposting in real life conversation is key to ensuring crushing loneliness. Not true. You're just doing it wrong. What is your speculation on the rise in volume over the last 15 minutes or so? Cool. Pretty cool. Gaff is just mad because he missed the Spaces call with Pulte yesterday. Oh. His hero? That's so sad. You know, Gaff, they say you never want to meet your heroes, so... Any recommendations for ingredients to leave out or add in a bruschetta? Bruschetta? And it's fucking bread with tomatoes on it. How do you fuck that up? Yeah, I know the FCC is suing to block Microsoft's purchase of Activision and Blizzard. Everyone knew that was going to happen. I know what an aubergine is. Nice try trying to get my recipe out of me. You should probably cut the tomatoes. I read that when you wrote it the first time, turd. Now you're just being mean to him. Land Pig Salt Lab. You light up my life, bro. Why won't you let me do the same for you? Okay, if that was Stefan, that was his best shitpost ever. Buffett will throw his weight around, grease the proper hands, and the merger will go through. Buffett bet on the merger happening, so it'll probably happen. Probably. What port are you adding in the money VIX? I've added some over the last like week or so. Ever since I closed my shorts on VIX, I've been adding a little bit at a time. I haven't been very aggressive with it, but I'm not really being very aggressive with any downside position entries. It was me. One day Stefan will pick up his shit posting game. I'm gonna imagine around the time that he stops watching shitty YouTube videos on trading trends, but we'll see which comes first. Break up or down? I like watching you predict the future. Oh, here? Let me see. This one's tough. Stabilize a little bit? We got a double bottom on support. I don't see why it can't break up. Maybe not a lot, though. Maybe just to like 39.58. Wasn't me calling the top and the bottom of this good enough? So greedy. Just want all the plays. SoftBank founder also added to Baba as arguably a better investor than Buffett. Huh. And Buffett's not in Baba anymore, so Baba's super undervalued. If it ever actually traded anywhere near what it's worth. It won't because of the political climate, but trend trading vids are losing my interest. I'm deep into Jeff Snyder. Okay. I don't want to know. Is that the macro guy that you keep posting videos of? Looks like someone bought out 500k Express on IX at 1433. Cool. I have leaps on it. I don't think I want to sell them at the current price. I'm not gonna buy shares unless the price drops again. It'll probably get shorted. Just be careful with it. I don't think it's gonna readily achieve fair valuations. It's a volatility short, so any future plans for that channel? Yeah, I have plans for it. It's just more of a time factor. It's the plans I have for it are kind of bigger than I have time to execute. I'm not a video editor or very good. Like, and I've had offers from people to help me out, but I have to like figure out what I want to say in a topic, and a lot of the topics that I want to talk about are pretty broad and would probably require multiple videos. So I got to kind of plan all that out, and I don't really have time right now. What video card do you have? 3080 Ti. Hello. That is all. Thank you, the big deal. Outsource the work. You have dozens of us. I guess I could. I don't know. It's like then I gotta. They got like another team. I have too many teams of people. I have no middle management. That's my problem. But yeah, in the future, I'll have more videos there. Maybe when the market stops doing fun shit and we're just selling short strangles every day. I would never hire you as a portfolio manager, Dan Weeklies. You're terrible at predicting the range of market moves. If only there were people ready to go take broader responsibilities for your team. I know, right? If only I could find someone who wanted to be like an administrator or something. Ah. I wouldn't really call it a conglomeration. The other channel is not even like monetized. I just noticed the volume on Gmail a little elevated today, yeah. I have plenty of restaurant management experience. I know how to wrangle ADHD substance abusers really well. Can I be of service? How many squeezes have you traded? I would argue there really haven't been that many in the market. What kind of squeeze? Short squeezes? The last one was like dries, right? I didn't trade that. Um, I'm an IT administrator in my day job, so I'm experienced. Yeah, but you're too high. You're high all the time. You've already told me I'm not gonna hire you after that. Thanks, F1 Dan. I didn't trade HKD. Most people didn't. It was halted most of the way down. That's what's tough is because the material, even on the educational side, is so sensitive that I don't want mixed messages, right? I have the same problem here, right? Like so many people don't tune into the stream during the day and then they go to the Discord and they're like, what did I miss? And then someone else fills them in, but it's like their interpretation of the information and it's incorrect, right? And then I have to like go and correct that. And that's a bitch. This guy walking keeps showing up to the gate drunk, shouting about saving your Freg friend. Hold on. If Walken brings back Freg, hold the fuck up. Please tell him if he returns, we will be posted atop the walls, ready to throw rotten fruit and expletives. Thank you. Your mother smelled of elderberries. Jimmy downticks right at $24.99. Where's that Rayman guy who watched the popcorn level 2 order book and called the hedge fund signaling system? It actually hit $25. Are we gonna get it? Are we gonna hit my prediction of 58? Oh, we did. Cool. I was right. Facilitating the return of Frag is the atonement walk-in needs. It's almost like a mission. Ooh, we should have more of those. That add a fun layer of drama. Giving out quests. No, walk-in is not Frag. How dare you? Neither of my mother nor father were horses. Even if I were a centaur, neither of them would have been a horse. That's not how that works. But I'm not a centaur. More like Mormon mission. I'm up for a quest. I've got a drone and copious amounts of amphetamine. What do you need, buddy? All right. Now we're talking. Okay, that's a minotaur. Not... You ought to have a go at second order predictions. Will you be right in your deductions of tomorrow? Ooh. Analyzing my own analysis? Fuck, that's conceited. I like it. Probably. Yeah. Tried. Kind of weird. The hedgies live like a block away from me. Did you try dressing up as the composite man? I heard if you do that, you can get right through security. If Freg returns, I'm full porting, and there's nothing anybody can do to stop me. Freg's return is the ultimate buy signal. Why no implied volatility? Well, because it was really high this morning, and volume's not very high, and we aren't trading in a very broad range of strikes. So market maker risk isn't very significant right now, and thus IV is declining throughout the day. Tomorrow's PPI, yeah. 8:30 a.m. First quest, find the Himalayan salt rock miner at the bottom of the valley and send him to my P.O. box in Manhattan. Miner or minor? Those are very different things. I don't want a salt rock miner. Actually, I don't want either one, but you've chosen okay. You've chosen poorly. Jokes on the MM. I won't have settled cash till tomorrow. Quicker or slowly over the entire day. Reposition for PPO CPI. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Ooh. SPX looks bullish again. 0 DTEs? I'm doing it. It's okay, Mike. How many jello shots for I make for my Christmas party next weekend? 0? This isn't the frat house anymore, Carl. What's up, Zakir? Are my SPX 4000 0 DTE safe? No, McChuggets. Just when I thought you couldn't disappoint me anymore. $39.60? That's what I bought just now. Who spotted you, Secure? Why don't you buy GME's call? Why would I? Yahoo Finance says $24.99 max price on the day for GME. It's wrong. I'm 36 years old and unfortunately have male pattern baldness. I'm sorry to hear that, checkmate Rob. It's not so much receding as thinning in the back crown. If this happened to you, would you get a hair transplant? I would shave my head and start taking steroids till I got buff like The Rock. You want to look, if you have to shave your head, the best possible look is veiny penis. That way you're still virile even though you have no hair. What's wrong with you? A lot of things. Yeah, I bought 0 DTs on the SPX when I said I was going to buy 0 DTs on the SPX. That's what my mom tried when she was going through chemo. Mixed results. Yeah, but buff mom. Right? Yeah, that's not like an approved, use for due to steroid, right? Like, no dermatologist is going to prescribe that. Oh, she's shredded? Nice. It's almost Cena's time. I think they have a what's that medication called? It's I mean it's not Rogaine. It's called something else. It's got a different name. Minoxa something. I think they give that to people as a pill. Stefan has like a whole rant on male pattern baldness in the Discord somewhere. Minoxidil? Oh, okay. Valtrex. Rogan's the brand name. Stefan may not be a quant, but he is my doctor. Isn't ketoconazole like a antifungal? Not sure if you talked about it or not already, but I just saw there's speculation in the media that tokenized stocks were used to short AMC via FTX. Is it possible it could have been done with GME? Yeah, I don't think that statement is true for either stock. Pill is more effective with Propecia. How many of you were bald? I'm gonna need to buy more 0 DTs here in a minute. Or I'm gonna get stopped out of the ones I have. I have thick, luxurious hair that's kind of matted down right now. I don't have hair extensions. Perverts. I have a full and thick head of hair, but I'm willing to shave it all off for a veiny member. Is that how it works? No, bullish cat. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Do bald dudes ever tell you that they envy your hair? Carl does sometimes, but only when he thinks I'm sleeping. I didn't know it was the Irish that kept my hair in place. Minoxidil makes the hair grow, but it doesn't thicken the shaft. So you have a thin shaft. Are you going to pick up any far out of the money calls as a volatility play? Jan 2100s to G-Janish, they seem low risk, high reward. They're a bit far out of the money. On GME? I mean, they'll go up if IV bumps, but IV's a little elevated right now. Maybe not for the Jan contracts. Since December OPEX could end up being similar to March, are you going to pick up... Oh, okay, I already answered that. Italians, our hair changes color, but it never falls out. I'm gonna use like black shoe polish like my uncle did. Or whatever that shit was that he put on his hair. He was like 75 and his hair was black like coal. It made no sense. In the beginning, I kept losing every play. I would always do this opposite. Someone recommended I inverse myself. I did. The market is nimble, and it still inversed me. So now I inverse myself on the inverse ETFs. So you just go with your initial. That's modafinil. Not bad, Barodactyl. You're buying calls or puts for the 0DT SPX? Calls. Although I'm not liking them as much now. Maybe I'll straddle. Hmm. Zero DT straddle? Okay. They're so cheap. SPX back to like maybe 349 again? I guess it's a strangle. You son of a bitch. Stop trying to shadow me, AJ. What happened to G America? Who knows? Hopefully they got rid of it when they realized the name was fucking terrible. You still in for Froyo this weekend? Maybe. Just buy them separately. Don't use strategy builders because they'll just buy everything at the ask. Why do you need a strategy builder to buy a put and a call? I love Geomerica. Yeah, but your name is also Flat Earth Talk, so you know, yeah. Since someone has already asked for a price, isn't it rude not to buy for that price? I don't know. Would you use Strategy Builder for any spreads? Or just manually purchase? I just manually purchase. I don't really use strategy builders. Definitely don't use them on Fidelity because they will buy everything at the ask. Right, now I have no puts again. And the bullishness is coming back. Yes. Maybe more momentum this time. I want to taste the crisp resistance at 39.65. I got all the vaccines. Some of them like twice. I love vaccinating myself. I had to go to 2 CVS's to get the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccine on the same day. While I was there, I bought extra masks and hand sanitizer to spray on strangers. Blood clots are great. You know, my blood has never been thicker. Also, the 5G reception on my cell phone, chef's kiss. Aren't you worried about microplastics? I mean, it's really only bad if you're doing lines of them. I refine and freebase my microplastics. Nice. Sometimes I stir them into a tea. Do you see Jimmy uptrend into tomorrow? We'll see. You know what happens if you get the Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, and Pfizer vaccine all within 24 hours? Your penis actually doubles in size. Not only length, but girth as well. I'm not kidding. DM me for proof. Can confirm. Actually, girth gets cubed. It's weird. I mean, no one's complaining though, right? That's what's important. Are you saying I could have a full 2 inches? Yes, hurtful full beef. It's possible. Literally everyone is complaining. It turns out no one wants a Campbell soup can shoved inside of them. You just haven't met the right girl, J Fresh. Well, maybe you have. I'm so proud of myself doing the social media thing the right way. Look at me, I'm an influencer. But instead of pretending to be horribly crippled by the vaccine, I'm just making money off 0 DTs on the SPX. Yeah, well, I'm a soldier in Call of Duty. Can you do a 2023 calendar shoot for your members? For them or of mine? You buying March Upstart calls yet? No, I don't need them. 11 inches round. You do the math. Stifler. Nice. Photos of you like a hot fireman calendar. I don't own any costumes. The markets are out. The market's up today. Nasdaq's up like 100 BPS today. That's why Nvidia's up. Perfect. It'll be even better if you don't wear them. There is a fire hose in the hallway of my building. Maybe I can just get like a hat with a siren on top. That's the whole costume. Produce massive volume spikes on trend, SPX trend changes on daily interval, Renko blocks like clock. Why shouldn't we use Renko for swing trades? Oh, Jesus. I'm done talking to you today, Stefan. Feels bad that Upstart is only 0.5%, while NASDAQ is up 1.1%. Sorry. Shorted stocks tend to be shorted sometimes. CML. But you've been here long enough, you know that. No elephant nose thong? I mean, I could break one out, I guess. Walgreens now has free delivery of Paxlovid via DoorDash and Uber. Huh. What the fuck is Paxlovid? Treats COVID? Okay. $39.75 end of day, please. That'd be super cool. Say goodbye to Gherk, everyone? What the fuck are you talking about, you nutcase? I'm not going anywhere. Double Down's clearly written another letter to the SEC about me. I will be signing off the stream in about 40 minutes, but I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, Double Down's back. Do you have any thoughts on PPI tomorrow? I know nobody knows, but your informed speculation is better than my uninformed speculation. It's probably going to be a slight improvement over the last report. If it continues to follow a lower pricing trend, which I'd imagine it will, is the impact of the supply shortages is dwindling. I can't write, that's a lie. Is he doubling down? I don't know. He's still mad at me that he doubled down on Bobby and then didn't sell when it went up. If I were to write a letter to the SEC, it would only be to inform Gary about your balding, veiny member advice. Gary works out. Have you seen his abs? Are they boofing Upstart with other memes running? Is it just when, not if, for Upstart to have its 40 to 50% move? That's a very bullish expectation. We'll see. They do have to cover at some point. You could have bought RC shares and made BBBY SQ. So? Why would I do that? I wasn't going to buy RC shares at the top. I have to explain Gary Gensler shirtless to my wife on the Google search history. No, you don't. Just show her the pictures. Gensler has a Pringles can. Where are you getting volume? You can't get volume for SPX without options data, which you can't chart in TradingView. So you're just saying bullshit things. Renko's defined by dollar value traded on fucking TradingView, which is worthless. TradingView doesn't have any options data at all. I know what you're seeing on it. I can turn Renko blocks on SPX on TradingView also. That doesn't mean that the information being displayed is of any value. Do you really think I called the SEC? I don't know. You were on about it for a while on Bob's Discord. Like I wasn't there and couldn't see what you were saying. Like it was my fault I wasn't propping up the bags for you. Because I was honest with people about what was going to happen to the stock. I'm not paranoid. I don't care if you report me to the fucking SEC. Super Stock's done it like 10 times already. I know OG rules. Honest with people about not playing the Cenas song is contractually obligated as well. Listen, man, you weren't here for Cenas. I talked about it. I was like, man, if Gaff was here for Cenas, I'd play the song, but so close. Test it. What if it breaks out here and I just make an obscene amount of money? Nope. Well, that was fun. Up 25% on those 0 GT spy calls. Thank you, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. Congratulations on your awesome, super informed play. $39.85 possible or pipe dream? Unlikely. Really unlikely. Yeah, I had a stop set. I got stopped out right at the right as it downticked. CPI print is next week. Yes, Tuesday. So Monday, from tomorrow through Monday afternoon, there's some potential for price, like a little more flexibility in price action on SPX. But into Monday afternoon, we're gonna see more fucking strangling like this. You're seeing notional volume trade, like notional value traded. That's how TradingView estimates SPX volume. So each candle is its notional value, which is kind of useless. A better way to track it would be to have options volume live, but that's very expensive. Ivy at Upstart has been crushing all day. Any significance for future covering? No, not really. Try again? But I'd have to buy 39.65s if I enter now. That's a little overly bullish, I think. I'd target what? 39? Be like 39.69? Ah, fuck it. Any forecast on Upstart IV? I mean, if it runs, it'll increase. It's got a fairly small float. You straddle for PPI? I'll straddle closer to close. Not right now. But yeah, I'm gonna overnight. Once there was a man named Pickle Financial whose stock trades were quite essential. He made a name for himself on YouTube where he live streamed all his moves. With a keen eye for the market trends, Pickle's investments never bend. His followers hung on every word as he discussed each stock he'd heard. Pickle's knowledge was truly top notch. His insights on the market were hard to watch, but fans tuned in from near to far to hear the tips from the Pickle Financial star. He made a fortune on the stock exchange, and his name became a household name. Pickle Financial, the man of the hour, trading stocks and making power. So if you're looking to invest your cash, be sure to follow Pickle's latest stash. He'll guide you through the market maze and help you make a profit in today's craze. Beautiful poetry, what dirt Kurt. Thank you. I don't know if it's fanfic or a ballad. PBI's at 8:30 a.m. We're gonna gap up here. Nice. Looks like I am gonna get my 39.69 target. Let's fucking go. Don't you fail me now, you bitch. Ah.
Back in the money. Filling the gap. Lame.
There isn't a centaur class, and I'm not playing fucking D&D.
We buy more.
What sort of move do you think we'll see after PPI? It depends on the data, right? We'll either trade down into a lower trend.
It's gonna fit. Lame. $60.
Gonna bounce on the EMA 30? Does SLD start next week on Wednesday the 14th? Yes. I have a confession to make. I didn't write that. Chat GPT did. It seemed a bit rambling.
Mitchell, I blew my portfolio. That thick ass over here, daddy needs some loving.
Sounds terrible. What is this?
Mitchell, I blew my portfolio. That thick ass over here, daddy needs some loving.
Okay. That's different. Is that Obama? Is that supposed to be Barack Obama saying, Michelle, I blew up my portfolio? Get that thick ass over here. Daddy needs some loving. I think that's what it said.
I blew my portfolio. That thick ass over here, daddy needs some loving.
Yep, that's what it says. That's phenomenal. Definitely said those things. Where's that sound file? I need it. $39.80, $39.30, your strangle? No, I'm gonna straddle at the money. No, Upstart MOASS, not tomorrow. Upstart's actually not showing any resolution of its liquidity. GME is starting to see a reversion back to mean, but we'll see. That's gonna take probably several days to be realized. All right. So I'm in my straddle at 39.60. Well, most of it. Spy might puke. MMTLP chart is awesome on the daily. Bearish, but still awesome. It's pretty bearish. Imagine at $12.38 being convinced by people that it was going to squeeze to the moon. What was the price target again? Jesus fuck. Destroyed. What expiration date did you use for the straddle? The 14th? Oh, hey, look, SPX moved up to trade in a higher range-bound area, exactly like you said this morning. I know. I was there. Greek help, I was baking and I accidentally strudled the SPX instead. What's a strudel? Like, describe it to me. I know what the pastry is, but how does one do that with options contracts? Is that like when you strangle and straddle at the same time? The fuck is CEI? The MOUT subreddit is something else. Don't browse. Glad I sold at 10. Nice, man. You know any gingerbread architects? I might be able to help you out. So Upstart has 250 million left in the bank for a buyback, so they can buy back roughly 10% of the outstanding float, 20%, and still keep. Oh, yeah, okay. In total, they can buy back 20%. Just almost. It's like 19. It depends on the price. But yeah, they have a bunch of money. Don't laugh. This is going to cause a baking contractor one heck of a headache. They'll figure it out, right? It seems like they have a lot of options now that the price is down. I agree. I mean, long term, I don't dislike Upstart as an investment. It's not really a sector that I love, but they're a pretty decent company and they have a lot of potential. Which I think is important for finding these kinds of plays that are over short. Um, they need to have more to them than just being volatile. Because if no one wants to own them, right, they become very liquid, which means that they could just short the volatility until the stock is worth nothing. Like Ader or BBBY. Um, that's why you know like Fubo and Upstart are so attractive because Fubo because they're starting to turn things around. Upstart because it's just a stable business. They're not going under, not anytime soon. Upstart would have to pay the taxes if they don't use it by December. I mean, it's only a 1% excise tax, but yeah, it's a consideration. I think they know that their next earnings is going to be kind of mediocre, right? Yeah, AMC is another good example of stock being shorted into the ground. But I mean, there's more going on there with the dilution and stuff, right? If AMC had kept its initial float and they'd been a bit greedier about when they did their dilution instead of just spreading it all over the place, it had a lot of potential for these kinds of volatility events, but they didn't. They just did their dilution any fucking chance they got, and they weren't very smart with it. Hence why, you know, they diluted like 4 times and Jimmy's diluted once. The timing of that dilution is key. If AMC had, you know, fucking held on and waited in January, it would have rocketed. But with 1 DTE, 394 put, 396 call, 300 cost basis per set, looking for 30% overall, hashtag roast me. It's not terrible. You bought them out of the money? Did you time the buy-ins on the strangle well? What? He didn't pretend to show he had no shorts? Trey was fluffing him for the interview. That's why his pants were down. That seemed pretty obvious to me. Is there a reason I shouldn't full port straddle right before CPI and the Fed rate decision? Up to you. I mean, there's risk. It could trade flat. If you don't manage it well, you can lose money. Straddles are, it's very important to be able to manage your positions well in order to maximize profit on them. Do you have any advice for dabbling in MES, ES, other than probably don't? You want a very good understanding of the futures market before you fuck around with those. So I would say no, paper trade them for a while, learn your way around. It's pretty cool. I mean, they can, all share buybacks are allowed to be withdrawn. So they don't have to buy back shares if they feel that the price of their stock is maintaining a fair valuation. They can pull that money back and use it for something else. I don't know. I mean, what are you thinking? Popcorn trader. Just maybe you going out in the desert? When IV was below IV 30, if 30 DTE calls are, no, I didn't say that. I usually enter GME calls between like 185% IV is the ideal range for the IV 30. If you're buying further dated calls and their IV is below IV 30, then that's fine too. But you have to scale that with the IV smile. Because the further out of the money you get, the higher implied volatility is going to be. Why is GME volume so high today? Any thoughts? We're starting to see liquidity in GME and its ETFs normalize or return to mean. A mean reversion of liquidity is beginning. It can drag out for some time, probably on steadily increasing volume. Volume's okay today, but it's not that significant yet. think it's possible the Fed surprises no one, and we move down immediately on the rate hike nonetheless. I mean, that'll depend on what they say, right? If they say they're going to do 50 BPS, but they're going to keep 75 on the table for the next hike, then, you know, that could be bearish. If they're doing 50 BPS and they're planning on pulling back hikes for the near future, that's going to be extremely bullish. So it's really going to swing on what is said, probably more so than the hike is the forward intention of the Fed. Insane short interest on Carvana. Yeah, because it's a piece of shit. It might still run for OPEX, but it's a piece of shit. Seems silly not to buy 39.65 0 DTEs here. Oh, that's super risky. I have a few still though. I don't think the bounce will move us that high again. It might. I've only got like $400 in them. It's not like a big deal. I would say the trend on SPX looks bullish, but I don't know if there's enough time for anything important to be realized. There's definitely not enough momentum, right? Jimmy has 9.5 million volume today. I remember when GM for Upstart was in the 70s. That was an error, though. That was because Gamma was flat, and so it was defining the maximum at a higher level than it should have been. Upstart's GM was like 30 when we were trading at $20. Brought the garlic sauce home and put it on roasted cauliflower. Chef's kiss. Oh my god, does Gaff have a kava buddy? Maybe we do have enough time. I don't think you're gonna ask if we get an OPEX run, de-engineer, which you've been around for before. I don't think there's gonna be a question about if the volume is sufficient or not. Right? The volume is several orders of magnitude higher during an OPEX covering event. You're not gonna be like, is this it? I don't know. That's not how they work. How much volume did Jimmy have for the March OPEX run? Several times its float in a few days. Volume has systematically decreased over time for each run. It hasn't. Some runs are smaller than others, like May. But March was huge. March was like the largest volume since Jan of 2021. The fucking volume in March was insane. It was also the most illiquid GME's been, but yeah, March volume was fucking nuts. The last like comparable period was the previous March. Like Feb into March. But March's volume was significantly higher than August or November. May's volume was actually pretty high too. Like May was higher than November. And I think it was about on par with last August. August wasn't very high. But August also wasn't very big, right? Was March higher than June last year? I mean, the whole period or just the covering period? I can check. So March saw from OPEX through the peak. $403 million volume traded. And June from OPEX, May 25th through the peak was on June 9th. Yeah, about 60 million more volume. All right. I mean, I'll exit at that price. That's pretty decent. Cool. I got out of my break evens at 0, or my 0 GTEs at break even. August was weird because they walked away from shorting the vol, so the number of obligations was massively reduced. But the number of ETF obligations was significantly higher. So we actually had more price action due to the ETF FTDs than we did from the remainder of the OPEX risk. Yeah, I exited the SPX 0 DTEs. They just went back to break even. I still have the straddle. Ding ding, GG. So pretty nice amount of volume for GME. We're seeing a bit of liquidity begin to revert to mean. That process can take a while. In May, it took 9 trading days. In March, it took 7. I think since the liquidity levels are so low, that may affect. We don't know yet because we only have a little bit of evidence, but the liquidity levels being so low may mean that the mean reversion is faster or accelerates quicker. If that's the case, I would estimate 6 to 7 trading days before we see some significant price action based purely on that, not irrespective of potential deferred settlement periods or anything like that. Presuming that November is seeing the same exact deferment that February did, then yeah, that would put us at like 6 to 7 days, I think, of continued mean reversion before we begin to see a significant effect. That could mean that price continues to slowly drift up during that period as they attempt to get as much covering done in advance as possible. Upstart still becoming more illiquid throughout the course of today. Liquidity not improving there at all. We're not seeing a mean reversion yet. But Upstart's mean reversions, it has a smaller float, which means that they can happen much faster. However, Upstart's illiquidity continuing to grind down is a good sign, especially going into this period where other risk may present itself in the basket. Since it doesn't have the same amount of options interest, the market maker hedge isn't as big of a risk for Upstart shorts as it is on GME. SPX, kind of doing what I thought it would do this morning, and will likely do tomorrow as well. I expect PPI data to come in the morning. It will either be bullish or bearish or fairly neutral. Wherever that is, we will shift up to where, options levels are on the chain. So we'll either move up into like the 3980, 4000 range, or we'll move down into the 3930, 3900 range. Or, if it's fairly neutral month over month, we'll probably just stay roughly flat, like trading this like 3060, 3950, just sub 3975. I think they'll continue to try to keep the gamma flip point in place as shorts try to leverage some downside positioning while also maintaining some price control to the upside. Obviously, if SPX breaks up above that gamma flip point, then the potential for a significant run drastically increases. So yeah, they're definitely trying to keep things in check. And that's aided by the delta neutral positioning and those straddles and strangles and condors and that are just piling on going into these big economic events. So yeah, just kind of staircase up, and then we'll trade that way, probably through CPI. We do have some flexibility between the pre-PI print tomorrow and probably midday Monday for the market to make maybe a bigger move, but we'll see. First, let's see how PPI plays out, right? If PPI's very bullish, we could see a big move in the market, and maybe we'll hit a higher range going into CPI or a lower range going into CPI if it's very, very bearish. The gamma flip point right now is at 3982 to the upside. So that's the point at which the market makers on SPX would become net positive gamma, and the hedge would flip, and that means they'd begin buying into dropping price, selling into rising prices. Yeah, I mean, you can wait for opening volatility. A lot of people like to manage straddles that way. I think that there's way too much chop right now to be doing that. There has been for the last few weeks, like the thing you want to do at market open obviously is like close out one side of your straddle or the other, right? But realistically, over the last few weeks, it's been far more profitable to kind of let the loser ride a little bit, try to maximize profits on the long side. And if you have 5 or 6 DTE, you can wait out the downside a little bit, just because there's so much range in the movement, right? Docu launching, cool. Sounds like that was a good pick. Yep. What was that, Popcorn Trader? I didn't. Docu's a what company? Trash? Tasty trash. This is just preliminary to the earnings though, so I wouldn't rely on this price improvement too much. They can bring it back down before tomorrow's open. Adobe's really far behind on like their movement and dealing with legislation. Docu's really, really, really far ahead of Adobe in like medical billing and like HIPAA standards. If Docu's able to corner that market, they can effectively keep competition out by kind of eating up all the available licensing through the states, because the way they're trying to push forward their like legal agenda, it's really not leaving a lot of room for competition to follow, without significant legal hurdles. So I think they're pretty smart in the way they're developing their moat kind of behind them. So if anybody tries to copy them, they're always going to be 2 steps behind. But yeah, pretty cool. All right. So congratulations to anybody who is in Docu. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good night, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.